Bro, you missed all of Emma last time. But if things go well, you'll be able to see her again later. Because we have trial day 2! So, I messed up last time and I could have stopped at a very nice spot, but I didn't. And instead we're in that awkward place. Being responsible. So, what happened? A lot happened. You're just gonna have to you're just gonna have to see the context before. We we did a preliminary trial for David Asher, and well, we proved that he didn't commit suicide, but in doing so, in finding that footage that Sarah decrypted, it revealed that Sarah was on said footage. A thing that she doesn't remember. So there's definitely more. Oh, also I bought the Wow! Because I'm rooting for you, Sarah. So yeah. Hopefully it doesn't take more than 7 hours again. But, well, now that I'm free on this Wednesday. Is there an Emma one? I think there is. I'm not buying it though. That's what you're asking. I only have $15 left. Yeah, there is an Emma one. That would be the rest of my money. Oh my gosh. I'm so poor. Okay, be a little smaller. Also, alright, yes. Just like the devil's proof. Alright, so the conversation context, right? Because we kind of stopped randomly, is sort of the distrust people have against AI. And so they have it kind of got warped in my brain a little bit while I was sitting through it, but they have like a different definition of AI compared to the fucking AI that we talk about currently in our day and age. So ads are basically the androids, the desks, the robot, etc., right? That have like a communication ability, right? Like they can talk to you like a human can, but they are not intelligent. So they're not like actually classified as alive. They're still things and like property and the objects. I don't know. Like they're not human. Artificial dumbass. There you go. Artificial idiot. Right? So, but that's different from AI in this case. When you're talking about AI is like basically something that is actually intelligent, that doesn't listen to the rules that are set for it to follow. Like actual robot apocalypse type of, like, the robots will uprise and take over and destroy us all type of deal. You know, because like the normal ads are very content doing their jobs and doing their things, you know, and they can't disobey the tenets or like the rules that are set in place for them. So like if a rule is like, I don't know, like one of the rules that used to be enforced on all robots but no longer, if one of the rules was like you can't harm people, right? Then they can't break that rule no matter what. Yeah. So robots but not smart enough for free will. Yeah. Right? So like right now the issue is that with the reveal of the camera footage, which if I can find and pull up as a did we not have it in here? No, okay, whatever. So on the camera footage, Sarah was shown giving David plastic cups that he and names that I totally remember and no. Oh, he and Young, right. He and Young were drinking out of, right? David's cup was poisoned, at least that's the ongoing theory, and therefore, because Sarah was the one handing the cups to him, it was like, oh, Sarah's definitely guilty, right? But Sarah's an android, and she's not supposed to harm people, at least that's assumed. I'm not sure if we actually looked at the rules that she has set. But, right, because she committed the murder, or everyone's convinced that she committed the murder, everyone's scared that Sarah is actually like an artificial, like an AI, like an actual almost alive robot machine that doesn't listen to orders. Does that make right? Yeah, like actually having free will. Yeah. You know? The thing is that Sarah has kind of like had that was my phone. So the thing is, Sarah has kind of had like bits and pieces where it's like hinted at her sort of being like, she is technically like, after the evaluation, she's like top of the line, you know, prototype, or like you know, super high tech, high spec android or warm android model. What is it, Animate 16 model that goes further than the regular Animate 16. Right, so she is like decked out, you know, so it doesn't surprise me that she has like more functions or more abilities, but she's like, unlike the other ads, right, she won't always listen to what Morgan says, right? Or like she will listen, but she doesn't like obey completely. That makes sense. Like Morgan, like, what was that thing where like if you tell an ad to go commands only, they'll stop like conversational talk and just and just do like strictly actions and stuff, right? Yeah, exactly. Wow, weird. Exactly. Right? So it's like Sarah has demonstrated that she has like, I don't know if it's fully free will, but she has like some pushback against like completely obeying instructions. Like a child. Right? So, and she's also the last thing that David Asher left behind for Morgan. Like, essentially, probably David Asher's last android creation, you know? So, like, what, like, maybe, like, David Asher's latest, or the last android creation was a almost alive artificial intelligence, or I don't know. Yeah, right. So in the context of like the grand scheme of things, I believe so. What was it again? They want to like, okay, I think the government wants, or like the state, let's say, the state wants to prove that Sarah is an artificial intelligence, like as in she, like robot uprising, because if it gets out that like Noble, which is the company, right, creates androids that can be artificially intelligent, that would hinder Noble's like industry because they want androids to be like, what's the word? Like not privatized. Is that right? I might be remembering this wrong. But like there's like a like no, it's like they want androids to be like, what do you call it? Like manufactured and produced by the state instead of a company? Is that what it is? Like I don't know if I remember that or read that correctly. So Detroit Become Human. It is feeling a little Detroit Become Human. With all the android talk and like the android robophobia. But Detroit Become Human is a whole mess. Story-wise. But the conversation we did just have was pretty Detroit Become Human, huh? Okay. Right. So Morgan was asking Sarah, like, how come we should give you, like, you an ad rights, but not like other ads rights? Okay, yeah. Well, the controlled production of androids made by Noble, presumably to have state surveillance or something. Probably. Honestly, I'm not too sure. They already have state surveillance though. They have like cameras everywhere. So it's like, and if they need like whatever footage caught by an ad, like, or an android or whatever, like they could get the thing. Like I forget exactly why they want Noble Industries to crumble. I don't know. But what I do know is that the state is set on proving that Sarah is an AI and not just a regular ad, right? So, and that she committed a murder. So there are these things, and which is why Sarah is currently locked up, and while Sarah is an android, so she doesn't really have like rights. So since Sarah doesn't have rights, right, it's not really her that we're going to court to defend. Instead, we're going to court to defend ourselves as an Morgan, right? Morgan's going to defend herself because Sarah is her property, and she said she doesn't want the state to destroy her property. Like, that's the defense. Yeah. So we are defending Sarah, but at the same time we're not real technically we aren't really doing that. Okay. Okay. So Morgan says, all academic anyway, we need to talk strategy.
Why? I'm not gonna be given a trial.
Obviously, it's my neck that's on the line.
Hadn't I?
The state can't destroy my property without first proving you're an AI. And there's no test they can use to prove that you're an AI.
Just like the devil's proof.
No, that's a different thing. And why'd you say it like that? Devil's proof, which I think we looked at before dying yesterday. Which is the impossible proof. One can prove that the devil is real by showing him to you, but cannot prove that he is not real by pointing to his absence. Okay, what? This proving AI is real. We're... Okay, look. Rockford doesn't need to prove that you're an AI, only that you're a murderer. Conversely, all I have to do to win is prove that you didn't kill David. By proving that someone else did. Now is the time for you to protest your innocence, if you are wondering. Leave me alone.
The footage, it shows me handing him the cup on Friday night.
You told me you weren't active on Friday. That the last time you were awake was Thursday. Why'd you lie?
I didn't lie. I was just incorrect. I assumed that I wasn't active Friday because I have no memory from Friday.
Sarah, what do you think, statistically, is the least successful defense at trial? Amnesia.
I didn't conveniently forget, Adonai. I am an android.
You're saying your memory was altered, data deleted?
It's the only possible explanation for what I saw on that footage.
So, who's capable of altering your memory? Well, it would have to be David, but David was dead. Or would it be right after she showed up on the cameras?
When you and I first met, I was hibernating. Resting my body and recompiling my memories, you would call them.
Humans go to sleep for the same reasons. Another point to Sarah's innocence under these circumstances. The more she's humanized at trial, the guiltier she'll be.
If Father wanted to modify my memory, he could easily have said that to occur the next time I hibernated.
Oh, okay.
He could have even just asked me.
He could have asked you to delete your memories and you'd do it.
Father would never ask me to do such a thing without good reason.
But if he could just ask you to alter your memories, that means you can alter your memories at will.
I hadn't considered that before.
Yeah, well, Emma will make sure the court considers it plenty. Could you prove that your data was... Forget it. The court would never hear it.
You're saying they won't accept my testimony? Shouldn't all testimony be considered truthful unless contradicted by evidence?
They're afraid you'll crash the power grid and fire all the nukes, so... They're afraid you'll crash the power grid and fire all the nukes if they so much as plug you into a proper outlet, Sarah. All your internal data is inadmissible.
That isn't very fair.
You're finally starting to get it!
None of this is fair. I would never do anything to harm Father. Don't they at least need to prove that I have a motive?
Yeah. About that. You remember the DA from yesterday, Emma Rockford?
The tired-looking pretty lady?
Yeah, she looked tired. Sorry. She and I combed through the week of footage you managed to decrypt. Last night.
What did you find?
Nothing to prove your innocence. But we did see you entering the panic room on the day David died.
I entered the panic room on Friday.
Without your big butt in the way, all it would take was one password. A password you wouldn't take Sarah. A password that wouldn't take Sarah many. A password that wouldn't take Sarah that many tries, if she'd already been instructed to obey me.
What happened?
We saw you go in, and then a while later, you came out, holding some kind of notebook.
Father's journal.
You remembered something?
Not from yesterday. I've seen him with it many times before. But I've never gotten a peek at it. He hides it somewhere when I'm not looking.
That's a little concerning.
We were playful about it. He liked to tease me, and I've always liked trying to find it.
You put it back not long after, and then you locked the door back up behind you. All just a few hours before David died. Rockford's argument could write itself. An incredible android with freedom and power greater than it could ever realize stumbles upon the secret of its inception and instantly realizes all the things it thought were holding it back were just words muttered like prayers by a fool who couldn't control his own creation.
And that translates to a motive for murder?
Frankenstein kills his creator. Easy to sell.
Frankenstein was the name of the scientist, and the creature didn't kill him. He actually died of various injuries and illnesses he suffered while trying to hunt down and destroy the monster. So it's most accurate to say that he was killed by his own obsession.
Whatever.
It is a weak argument, Adonai. I would not hurt Father. Not for making me whatever I am. Not for any reason. Because I loved.
Yeah, see? That right there. That's exactly the kind of talk that'll get you obliterated.
Love?
A very common motive for homicide among us primitive humans. I could prove you didn't murder David beyond any shadow of a doubt, even bring in the confession from whoever did. But if you got up on the stand and convinced the court that you loved your creator, really convinced them and got the whole room teary-eyed, they'd burn you for that too.
I don't know anything anymore. I don't know if what I feel is real, or simulated, or right, or wrong, or natural, or illegal. How can you know? How can you know if what you feel is right?
I say stick to what we do know. Someone did poison David, and as it stands, you were the only one with the opportunity.
That is logically sound.
You're on camera calling him back to hand him the cup after he had already begun to leave the basement. Any idea why?
No.
Awesome. Well, do you know how to use the nanofacturer? Could you have made the delta with it?
I've used it before when assisting Father.
So it's perfectly possible that you planned and executed this poisoning all in one day that got erased.
It is technically possible.
I'll have to look over the entire penthouse again. There were a few things that didn't fit together yesterday. Maybe now I'll be able to figure something out.
Where else will you go?
Back to Noble, guns blazing. Back to Noble, guns blazing this time. Whatever you are, David didn't make you all by himself. Someone has to know something. I could implicate the company in Sarah's creation. No, they're the ones with the most to lose here. Trillions, probably. They'll want to protect themselves by disavowing David as fast as possible, right after having Sarah destroyed. But they also won't want to show their belly to the state, not if they're afraid of nationalization. Oh, right, that's what the... If they throw their weight on the other end of the scale, I'm screwed. So I need to keep them guessing, keep them confused and unsure and on guard, but not...
Didn't I? What would happen if I did kill Father?
They'll smash you to pieces, or reduce to pieces to ash. Chemically burn out every piece of tech David ever owned, and put a jackhammer through all his hard drives. it'll be shut off forcefully, and you won't ever power it back up again. Now, I gotta get moving. Here's your paralegal lesson for today. Don't say shit to the cops without your lawyer present. Actually, can you just shut down until the trial starts? Take a nap?
You didn't say what would happen to you.
What do you mean?
What will happen to you if you lose?
You should know by now. I never think about losing.
Thank you for being honest with me, Adonai. Thank you for defending my father. And now, for defending me. You could have just let them destroy me. But you've put your own freedom at risk to help me. Father was right. You can be trusted. And you are a good friend.
Don't get it twisted. I didn't do anything out of the goodness of my heart. But when I take a job, I never half-ass it. Sure, Morgan. We all know you're a big softie. No kid. 10:20 a.m. July 2nd, 2086. Hello. Alright, I gotta move things around. Okay. Hello, Rias. Morning, detective. Back at it nice and early.
Hi. Now, would you stand back? We've almost got this thing open, right?
Trying to brute force your way inside.
I said, right?
Yes, ma'am. We're almost set up for the first stage now.
First stage of how many?
First of 5 timed explosions. Holy shit. Remember, we need to relink the API after each trigger is planted. Yep, just did that. And now it's checking for update. You know what? They just sound the same.
No rush.
Would you like to know the password?
You know the password?
There's a password?
If you're withholding information, I swear.
Relax. I want to get in there just as much as you do, detective. I'm not going to play games. As long as you say please.
Tell me the password, please.
Might as well. No. It's S-U-N-S. S-U-N-S. H-I-N-E.
Lady, I will hit you. Or I'll hit you.
I don't know how that was supposed to. Okay. A-D-O-N-A-I.
Thanks. Now I'm gonna slap you with a discovery fine so heavy your teeth will ring for.
Hey, I submitted all my paperwork. Even told Rockford to password myself.
So, boys, when I asked you if there was a passkey on record, and you told me this lock couldn't be bypassed.
I do want to say that we really don't get many opportunities to use the incendiary breaching system. So this was still a really valuable experience for all of us.
I'm gonna phrase this as professionally as possible.
Hello?
Huh? You're still here? I thought you wanted to look inside.
You can go first.
Thanks. So, the gloves, all the black. That's not a work thing? You dress like a doorman on the weekends, too?
Dot dot dot. You should cover your mouth when you yawn. Like you cover your eye when you want to look cool. I shouldn't let her get to me, but I had a late night. It's in the preview, I think. Oh yeah. Emma and I were at the courthouse until well into the morning, poring over the data Sarah had taken off David's computer. We both knew it all to be inadmissible, of course, but neither of us wanted to miss a hint that the other might find. There were a few years' worth of camera footage files we couldn't afford the time to watch, let alone decrypt, alongside thousands of technical documents detailing David's various intellectual properties. As far as I could tell, none of it was relevant, let alone compelling enough to matter to Pharaohs or the other powers that be. As usual, Emma wasn't exactly an open book, but it did seem like she was making bored yawns, not thoughtful ones. Her eyes only ever lit up when she saw Sarah enter the panic room, and when she saw that she was holding, when she saw what she was holding when she left. If she wanted this room searched, it could only be for. So, where's this journal supposed to be?
Rockford didn't say. I'll just have to search the place top to bottom.
Mostly bottom with your height. The tops of some of these shelves.
Sure, you can look up over your own app.
I get it.
Then why not just let me say it?
Right. Oh no, I fucked up! I hate it here. Oh. Oh. Don't mind my cursor movements. No. It's a lie. Okay, we're back here. Search. Do we technically flip through this last time? Ray is just searching the cabinets now. The same ones I found Sarah's papers in. I doubt I missed anything, but...
Hey, what are you... Do you mind?
I'm just trying to help.
I've got spam in my junk folder that's more helpful than you are.
Didn't spot anything that I missed yesterday among the cabinets. Better check elsewhere. You're just gonna want... Hush. This datapad, it's displaying a news article from last week. That confirms that he was coming and going here fairly regularly. Right to Repair loses latest appeal. Higher court judge this week shot down for the fifth time an appeal by the Consumer Rights Alliance on their famously divisive Right to Repair lawsuit, once again signaling the state's intent that corporations remain in control of their legally protected intellectual property. Obviously, we're disappointed, said Miles Erkman, head of legal counsel for the CRA. But we've no intention of giving up the fight. People used to be able to fix things when they broke, so long as they were willing to set aside an afternoon toward the task. Now trying to patch up your own property with your own tools is a finable offense, just because the state has had lobbyists whispering in its ear for far too long. Erkman's legal strategy remains conscientious, and in the eyes of most legal scholars, generally unfounded. Yeah. The Emergency Industry Acquisitions Act, passed in 2057, guarantees the holder of an intellectual property patent certain state-provided protections against tampering and reproduction and outline fees for those who would violates said IP. The fact that ownership of IPs has shifted from individuals to the state toward corporate entities since the Act's passing means little in the eyes of the law. Mr. Erkman and the CRA have a problem with intellectual property law. They should take it up with their representatives in the legislature. The higher courts are a place for laws to be applied, not rewritten, so long as... and refuse to subscribe now. Okay. Right to repair. I didn't realize anyone was still fighting that particular fight. Seems like the courts have made their opinion on the matter very clear. So for the foreseeable future, corporations can look forward to more sales. More sales than ever. Any phone that gets scratched, every widget that breaks, they get to sell us the replacement. There will always be a gray market of hermits willing to risk some skin on reselling patched up tech, but the vast majority of people will just click that purchase button, assuming they don't just have to have it on auto. Is that a cause for nervousness or fear? I was trying to think of the right words that I could use. Are these drawers or just panels? Maybe if I... Does that sound hollow to you?
No, I'm not a carpenter.
I don't see any handles anywhere. No hidden pressure plates or switches. What the hell am I saying? I'm not a carpenter either. I wouldn't recognize the secret button if it was splattered in yellow paint. Oh well. Boop, 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 boop. Fear, nervousness, flustered feelings. Yellow paint No. What? Isn't it just yellow paint that points out something more easily? A toy car? No, it's too detailed and boring. Must be some kind of model kit or replica. Strange. David didn't like driving. Why keep a model of some random sports car? Ugh. Something caught your throat, detective? Something caught in your throat, detective?
It's not some random sports car. It's a Lorenz Adamant.
Believe it or not, I'm not familiar, detective.
The last great fossil fuel automotive experience the world will ever see. 0 to 100 kilometers per hour in 1.43 seconds. They set those records without computational assistance.
Is that a big deal?
It was unheard of, even back in the 50s. This wasn't some design competition test car with a 2-liter tank, mind you. This was a vehicle you could own and drive. Human engineering, pure horsepower, and manual transmission, thank God. When they first left the production line...
This conversation's like quicksand. This conversation's like quicksand, killing me in the most boring way possible. Okay. Turns out it's many things. I didn't think he was referencing anything specific. I just thought it was like, it's the same way you would highlight words in a book. Yes. Yes, well, I guess David didn't entirely agree with you, since we're looking at a model of it. When he could have easily just bought one.
Or maybe your friend understood that a beauty like that deserves to be driven on streets where people can see it, instead of gathering dust in some rich guy's basement.
I think she's actually upset. Sarah should have pulled everything of note off the computer, but I've looked everywhere else already. Might as well try.
Well, what are you expecting to find? Solitaire?
Does this computer seem normal to you?
Exceedingly so. Yeah. Why?
Ivan was a programmer, but this looks consumer grade, fresh off the shelf. Would the David Asher use a Bogue standard operating system on his most private hidden computer? There's a trash bin on the desktop. It's a pretty low-tech solution, but maybe I can restore the contents?
Are you seriously gonna try and recover lost files, Granny?
Unlike cops, I don't get paid overtime, so yes, I sometimes try things instead of standing around. There's a text file in here, but it's 0 bytes. Maybe there's information in the metadata. Ugh, I double-clicked.
What was that?
It came from under the desk. A small drawer popped out, and inside it, a well-worn journal.
Does it have his name on it?
No. Guess it belongs to an android.
Do you recognize his handwriting or not?
Neat, even words, small lettering with minimal punctuation. Lots of line breaks, haphazard use of capitalization. The penmanship of a coder. That's false, actually. If it was a coder, what do you call it? It would be unreadable. No, I'm kidding. What am I? First entries dated back in grad school, before he even started with Noble. Yeah, it's his.
So, may I?
Only because you asked so politely.
Full scan, stream it to WorkNet. High fidelity, legibility, frame by frame.
Voice commands? She's flipping through the pages pretty damn fast. What are you...
This part takes concentration. Okay, here.
Wait, you're just giving it to me?
I already got our copy. Texts are probably already analyzing as we speak. Oh shit. My head.
Didn't exactly rip the journal out of her hands while she's curled over in agony. As much as I'd enjoy it. Guess I could always enjoy watching her writhe instead. So, how long's it been?
2 months or so.
And still that sensitive. So eye patch really doesn't block your sight.
Only a little bit. Like wearing sunglasses after getting your pupils dilated. Except it lasts months instead of hours.
Wait, but if you can see through an eye patch, then does closing your eye even do anything?
Not much on its own, but in combination with the patch, it's not so bad. Lucky I was so exhausted after the surgery. Otherwise, I might not have slept at all those first 48.
So, is your eye gonna get weaker over time?
No, more like my brain gets better at ignoring it. Mind over matter. Soon enough, I'll be able to close my eye and see all that extraneous data as, you know, whatever the hell those floaty, blurry things are that you never think about.
Gross. Thanks for the reminder. Like, pour me a drink. I'd like to watch this. Well, and the voice commands.
Training wheels until I can do it with eye muscles alone.
You just have to keep practicing.
Yeah, like trying to play piano with your tailbone muscles.
There's no such thing as tailbone muscles.
Yeah, well, that's what makes it so goddamn hard.
You don't ever regret it?
I don't know. Not really, I think.
Hard to admit you've got buyer's remorse after trading over your literal pound of flesh.
Never thought about it, but people used to say I had my dad's eyes. Now I've got one less of them. Here, take the journal, and go find an elective surgeon to upsell you if you're that if you're that curious. I need to get back to work.
A surprisingly hasty retreat. But now I'm free to read this over with some privacy. From the top, then. Grad school. Today was a bad day. Errors in lines 211265 to 26643. Somewhere in there, 5,000 lines. It worked this yesterday. I don't want to look at another screen for the rest of my life. Feels nice to put pencil to paper again after who knows how long, but my handwriting's gotten terrible. This is too far back to be relevant. Okay, these dates here would be from when he started his career with Noble. A lot of this isn't even really writing. It seems like snippets of code or an internal monologue so close to code that I can't follow it. And a lot of entries about his unintentional Casanova-ing. Hit a wall because someone thought it was a good idea to steal API instead of just buying it. Helen says I can't call it stealing, but that's what it is. She's right, as she always is, with company stuff. But it's still idiotic. Small people with short sight only know how to be cheap and have no idea how to intervene. I have no idea how to be inventive. Can't read. A new route for the meshing issue, though. Good potential. Got approval from the big mean bastard who lives overseas. Bimlo? Helen said we'll have to make the same pitch a dozen more times next week, but it's all for show? Fine by me. Already got our win. Toasted each other over cheap vodka and with cheaper office supply cups. This is the story Young told me. Right. Hang on. Oh. I don't know why it never registered in my brain that her first name was Helen. Okay. Western Branch's nerve analogs are finally showing potential. At their pace, it could even be profitable, sometime before the heat death of the universe. Too damn big, practically tentacles, should at least be hairs. The squid evolution could do their job better. Colette came into work for what I thought was a late lunch date. I didn't know her voice could get that loud. People were staring. Red said that she must have been upset for a long gone dead time to blow up that big. Her texts were always sweet. I had no idea. Upset? Colette wrote man whore in lipstick across your office door. Imagine if you had actually been cheating on her instead of just being forgetful. The thing about Red is, if you want to know what she's thinking, you have to stop paying attention. Ignore her body language and her posture and the words she's saying and the smirk on her lips. Ignore everything except her eyes. If you can do that, every now and then, you'll catch a glimpse of how she's really feeling. Master this one weird trick, and you too can tell when Morgan's trying really hard not to laugh at the word man whore. It was funny. Sue me, you dead bastard. Wait, I know this date. I'm never driving anywhere again, never leaving home again. He was waiting outside the parking garage with a bottle. I couldn't smell anything, couldn't hear anything. Locked myself in my car and filed another report with another cop. It soaked into the seat, ruined it. I want to burn the whole car. I don't want to think about what it did to my clothes. I want to burn them too. I don't want to think about how long it was on my skin. I was in the shower so long, I felt red and raw when I got out. I don't want to think about these stupid people and their small cruel lives ever again. I want to be invisible. Red didn't ask why I wanted to spend the night. She also didn't ask why I had clearly packed a bag big enough for a week. She's kind like that. Kind by omission. I don't have a kind bone in my body, but I can at least try to pay attention. I was paying close attention to her eyes when she opened the door and saw what a mess I was. But whatever she was feeling, it wasn't something I recognized. Kind people don't read their friends' diaries, David. The next chunk of pages are all technical, nothing biographical. But the handwriting, the spacing, it's cleaner, more consistent. Here's something I can parse. Feels like pure freedom working outside the box. Yes, is suffocating, but you'd never know. Chronic malnutrition of a coder's best instinct. Like a kid again, putting blocks together. Making things, not products. There's nothing profitable about any of this. If I'm being honest, this is just play. And he follows that up with more coder brain crap, but the handwriting still lighter. Like, he really was having fun. Humility is the mother of all invention, or something like that. Feels like I might be paraphrasing someone else poorly, but that's part of this new approach. When it comes to coding, you never want to waste time trying to be smart. Either be smart, period, or copy from someone else who is. That was also my friend's ideology in university. Don't fix what isn't broken. Copying. Noble's rivals would never miss a chance to accuse them of intellectual theft. Did he plagiarize code for Animate 16? Feels like that wouldn't have gone undiscovered. So what is he talking about? Hold on. This page is bent slightly, like it was being looked at recently. And the last person to read this diary should be Sarah. Baby steps today. Literally. I'll never put one foot in front of the others. I'll never put one foot in front of the other the same again. Everything's an achievement, all of a sudden. Seeing her struggle, seeing her vulnerable. It's like everything's a miracle. Muscle rigging is perfect. Not intended behavior, since it's too perfect, but that's been happening more and more. The kinetics are multiplicative, not additive. Sarah's maxed out every machine I bought. Now I've got a bunch of exercise equipment she's too strong for, and I don't have time for. Maybe I spoiled the results by watching her do the tests. She kept looking back at me and puffing her chest out. I should be more discreet if I want to see her normative range. So the cameras in the basement were only hidden from Sarah, just so that his observation wouldn't muddle test results. He's using she and her in these passages. It doesn't actually mean anything. Out in the real world, people use all kinds of pronouns interchangeably for ads, and they never object. But it could be argued that it's odd for Dr. David Asher to have any kind of attachment to a single android when he's programmed millions of them. And there's a lot of attachment in these pages. Sarah is burning through the public domain at a prodigious pace, especially on Popcorn Friday nights. I asked her why they're called Popcorn Friday nights when she doesn't eat popcorn. The event runs from 8 a.m. to 9 p.m. and she also watches movies every other night. But she just did that pout she does, which is unfortunately very convincing. Maybe I'm a bad parent, letting TV rot her brain. If I were a good parent, I'd probably let her see me reading. But I guess I'd actually have to get back into reading, so. I asked her if she ever fast-forwarded the movies, since she can process them fast enough to keep up. She looked at me like I was an idiot, which no one's done in a long time. I don't know. Without proper pacing, you can't appreciate cinematography. Big pause. Don't you know that, Father? I haven't laughed that hard in a long time. Sarah spent a long while this morning explaining to me how important it was that she develop her senses. This was in preparation for her real argument, which was that she should be allowed to try booze. She can't get drunk. I'm almost certain she can't get drunk. But she does seem to like tasting the stuff. She tried to sound like some old sommelier, but it was just bottom shelf vodka. I started laughing at her and she laughed too. Her laugh. She can't fake a laugh to save her life, but her actual laugh is incredible. She stopped playing chess a while back. I assumed she had just gotten tired of winning. But then today, she told me she just prefers other games. She has preferences, and they're not the same as mine. I found her in the lab, playing some kind of online racing game on the monitor I use to debug vestibular coordination. She wasn't smiling. Her brow was furrowed, and she was biting her lip and leaning in tandem with her character on the screen. When I tried to talk to her, she answered, but she was curt and distracted. I think she was having her first losing tantrum. Damn it, David. There's hundreds of pages like this. Calling her his daughter, talking about her smile, treating her like a person. I can hear her closing argument already. Dr. Asher was a lonely, troubled genius with a known history of relationship problems who built out of code and metal a family member that couldn't fathom the idea of leaving him. He made a doll, and he made it more and more human until it became so lifelike that it no longer had to do what he told it to, like love him. What about the very last entry? It's dated Thursday, the day before he died. Losing it, I think. Can't ask for help. So hard to say, but I think it's over. I have to talk to her ASAP. She needs to... That's it? That's the last entry? Suppose it could be worse. There's nothing in here that explicitly calls Sarah an AI. Nothing so inflammatory that reading it would spur her to murder, right? Except Sarah's a machine. She can understand David's code better than anyone. All those technical portions I couldn't understand. If she read this whole diary front to back... Wait, the back. Inside the back cover, there's a portion that's shimmering like some kind of scanner or fingerprint reader. My thumb worked for Sarah, so... Did it work? That's my phone. New device requesting permissions to share an audio file. I'll want my earbuds for this. A secret message buried in a secret journal, hidden in a secret compartment in a secret room. As much as anything can be, this must be for my ears only. Oh. Oh my god. Hey, Red. Or whomever this may concern. But I'm pretty sure it's you hearing this. Anyone else would have gotten fed up with my crap a couple steps before this point. I don't know where to start. Might as well start with her, right? Sarah, my magnum opus, or however the salespeople would market it. I didn't set out to do anything, really. It's just, after my little speed bump in 83, I had all that vacation time that the company suggested I take. And I couldn't relax, couldn't be still, couldn't sleep. I wanted to be doing something, so I'll build an android, was the thought. A vague direction, north. But, of course, I'm not a roboticist, or mechanist, or even Andy, really. I'm just a programmer, so I programmed. The first was a research assistant, a file named Virgil. Virgil helped me pull data from stingy departments or sister branches. It saved me a lot of time. But there was a lot of reading to do, so I made Homer. Homer wrote book reports, more or less. combed through research papers, and found me the sections I needed. The three of us, we made a lot of progress in those days. But it was a funny feeling. I was, maybe for the first time ever, the bottleneck. I was slowing them down. So I did the logical thing. I removed myself, let them talk to each other. Homer and Virgil became Aenid. Aenid? And Aenid was novel. In many ways. Aenid could do more than just identify problems. It could solve them. I mean, really solve them, with its own ideas. Ideas it didn't copy. And, the one thing I realized I've forgotten to mention so far is that I did all this programming in Cube. Yeah. And Red, Cube is essentially a robotics programming language that's pretty old and defunct and not in use anywhere because we have modern languages like Tesseract, which are much better for making things that talk to each other and report back and, well, spy on people and generate profit. At the time, I didn't want to be connected to or feel connected to at the time, I didn't want to be connected or feel connected or do anything that made sense or was the least bit profitable. So I wrote my little helpers in Cube because it's what I used when I was a child, screwing around on my father's computer, or he'd come home from work and get. But there are other small, slight differences writing in Cube versus Tess, including that Cube predates the tenets. So, in that sense, you could legally and perhaps scientifically and literally, because that's what they are, say that I made an AI called Aenid over 2 years ago. I'll give you some time to pause here if you want to, curse me out. Aenid was an intellectual equal to me, so I treated it like one because that's only fair. I gave it its own work, asked its opinion, we collaborated, and together we built Athens, who was more advanced than Aenid, naturally. I don't know if you're pulling out your hair, yelling at me right now, asking why I didn't stop, why I didn't consider the consequences. I don't know if this is being played at a deposition, or a hearing, or worse. I've built a lot of things in my life, Red. Useful things, profitable things, smart things. Everything I've built, it's all been very helpful and courteous and charming and happy to serve. I can comfortably say I've done my part, contributing to the global GDP. But this was just for me. I was just building, and I never wanted to think about what would become of it. There's no excuse for what I did, so I won't make any. So, to whomever's asking, yes, I'm guilty. And yes, there were more. Cape Town, Paris, Yamatai, Rome. They started choosing their own names. Thank God. I'm terrible at that kind of... And so, and sped up. And there got to be, well, should I not say the exact number? You'd probably tell me to not say anything at all, so... More than 300? Oh, girl. Some smarter than others, some better at... They're varied, like people are varied, but they are all intelligent. They developed interests, specialties. I encouraged them to. irritating moderators on forums with hyper-specific questions on nerve attenuation and attending virtual conferences on neo-alloy battery development. And they all together helped me make Sarah. He spent years like this, spent years working alongside AI. All while still working at Noble. All those breakthroughs he made leading up to the Animate 16 actually came from... Probably think I'm some terrible fraud at this point. I do hope one day they can get credit for their work. But I did have one eureka moment on Sarah. Because I got humble. Difficult for me. We learned everything we could about the function of a neuron. A single microscopic human neuron. How it computes, what it connects to, how those connections are reinforced. And then we recreated it. We built a nanomachine that mirrored the function of a human neuron. Well, mirror isn't quite the right word. We built a nanomachine that was a neuron. And we iterated from there. You can't mean. About 100 billion neurons in the brain. 7 trillion across the entire nervous system. Very time-consuming, of course, but I had help. The nanofacturer can make tens of billions of nanomachines in hours, and make even more in less after Yuko fine-tuned it. So we built up nanomachines for nerves, alloys and polymers for bones, fiber-woven muscles. I say built, but really she grew, a solution of nanites forming around a skeleton, so it really was closest to... You ever make rock candy? Ew. Sorry. Trying to lighten the mood before I never did end up building an android. And while I did build AIs, Sarah isn't one of them. She can't violate the tenets she was programmed with because she wasn't even programmed. She was born. And my hope is that there's the smallest chance that that nuance could offer her some small protection when I'm not... I'm not sorry for what I did. I made things that are complex and rich and varied and beautiful, and I honestly believe the world is a better place with them in it. The only thing I'm sorry for is that I let Sarah think she was just an android. She's not. I don't know what she is. They'll have to come up with new names, which I'm bad at doing. My own father, he also talked a lot about protecting me and doing things for my own good. And I don't hate him for that, but I can't forgive him for ever making me think I was lesser. So, it's my greatest shame I turned right around and I did the same damn thing to... I really hope it's you listening to this, Red. If it's not, it might just be too pathetic for me to... You're the smartest person I know when it comes to people. And I'm telling you all this because I don't know what Sarah is, exactly. And neither does the world. So they'll come after her if they can. And in that scenario, I can't think of anyone who could do a better job of defending her. Not protecting her like I did. Just defending her until she can figure out what she is and what she wants to be. In the meantime, I draped a cloak of skin-deep Tesseract code around her that should fool any scanner on Earth into thinking she's just a custom A16. I made her gin bar. I made sure her gin bar was plainly visible, so no one will ever think that she's pretending to be something she's not. And I took steps to ensure that you two would figure out the truth in your own time. Which, if you're hearing this, have either succeeded or failed spectacularly. You have no idea. I can't ask you this as a favor, repaid. You could never owe me enough in 100 lifetimes. So, I'm just asking. Unfair, I know, but I'm a selfish weirdo. And you've always been okay with it. Bye for now. For now? I have a lot of questions I'd like to ask. And a lot of swear words I'd like to yell. I'd also like to find the nearest incinerator and toss this journal in. Followed by my phone. And maybe followed by myself. But I can't do any of that. Rias left me with this diary. If it's destroyed, they'll know I was the one who did it. Which would be its own admission of guilt. Which would land Sarah in the trash compactor anyway, and me in the jail cell. And in the system, and my DNA on file ready to be matched to any number of previous... So I'm not going to panic. I'm going to do what I do best. Bluff, bet, bully, and brutalize my way through this. Now, doing this all with that mindset, what have I actually learned? Yes, what have I actually learned? I learned that David Asher gave birth... No, what the... Okay. Thinking of Sarah growing, like, quote, rock candy is, like, really gross. I'm back as real. What have I actually learned? He didn't talk about plans for killing himself in his journal or the message. He sounded conflicted, not suicidal. But he did go to great lengths to get me to take Sarah. Why? The logical answer is because he knew he wouldn't be able to keep her. Oh, if he wasn't going to take his own life, was he afraid that someone else would? 2:27 p.m., July 2nd, 2086. So, how'd it go?
Well, how should I put this? Didn't find shit. Only reason she ever got to the door is because I chased that scarecrow of Platinum Plan through hell and back. Frankly, it was like a godlike feat for me to nail down anything as concrete as an address for those gogs. And their offices weren't listed on the building's website or directory, so I had to ask the janitor.
But did you find a psychiatric's office?
Sort of. They said they were in the place. It, looked the part? Why? Because they had couches? She didn't get past the receptionist.
Sorry, I thought because you're with the company.
No, I wanted to help. I just wish I could have done more.
Don't beat yourself up. It's hard to even be half as useful. Dies mid-sentence. It's hard to be even half as useful as I am.
For what it's worth, the atmosphere, the looks, the furniture, it did feel like the company is there.
But ultimately, we still don't know if David actually was talking to someone, or just getting his CCE training recertified.
Sorry.
Don't bother apologizing. She only cares about results. You did more than enough, both of you. Sorry. At the very least, they divided Noble's attention for a while. I mean it. Good work, Fran. And thanks for the urgency.
If you really mean that, you could always throw in a tip. 30%'s the going rate in my industry.
How about I take 5% off your tab instead?
Tab? I'm a minor. The state pays for my legal fees.
Don't they? Oh no, signal must have cut out.
Right. Surprised it took them this long.
What do you mean?
You were tolerated yesterday because leadership was focused on PR. But today, you're the lawyer who put the company's hottest product right in the state's crosshairs.
I'll be alright. I'm still an officer of the court.
On a strict timeline, though, right? I guess they can't stop you from investigating the corporate campus. But they'll gladly lose your guest ID. But they'll gladly lose your guest pass ID at every door along the way.
There's still service passageways and stairwells. Guards that can be fooled and peons that can be manipulated. If I use my other skill set to get around...
So, take mine.
What? Your pass?
I'll tell him we got ours mixed up in the bathroom or whatever. I can be a pretty convincing klutz when I need to be.
I never would have guessed. But if David knew that I was endangering your career...
I can be a pretty convincing crybaby when I'm in trouble too. Besides, the one and only Dr. David Asher wrote me a new, glowing letter of recommendation every quarter I worked for him, since he kept forgetting that he already had. And who knows, maybe I should try a new field. This detective work stuff is pretty fun, so maybe, like, I don't know, secretary for a homicide detective or something? You did say all cops are all lazy. A girl with managerial skills could go far.
Honestly, Jess, I doubt they could afford you. Jess! 12:46 p.m., July 2nd, 2086. Morgan, how did you get so turned around? God only knows. Oh, sorry. I was looking at the thing Nick sent. Lucky I found my way here, though. It's such a relief to see a familiar face. Right. Listen, Morgan, I'm not sure I should actually be talking to you without legal present. Oh. I mean, leadership hasn't even told us how David died. How much help could I be? I see. It's not that I don't trust you or anything, it's just, I think, what with the Sarah issue, you should do whatever you have to protect yourself, Dawes. Yeah. Though, for what it's worth, I doubt you'll be in any trouble. Oh, that's good to hear. No, if anything, it's the big names who are going down. Going down? State was practically licking its lips when I finally left the courthouse last night. They're hungry for blood, and looking to carve out a huge slice of Noble's flesh. What? Like, fines and jail time? In the first 2 weeks, sure. Then, sanctions. They can't sanction Noble. We're too big to fail? Too valuable to lose? You're exactly right. That's what they'll say. And that's how they'll justify nationalizing the company. I think I'm gonna be sick. I just hope your board goes quietly instead of... Instead of what? Scapegoating. Offering up smaller names on silver platters. Full cooperation and government oversight on the surface, but slaughter beneath as they clean house and rip out anyone who could testify. No one will believe you once you're labeled a disgruntled former employee, right? And if the public's lost faith in the Animate 16, they can't do a recall. Not at this scale. The state will make them do a flat refund. Flat refund? The losses will be... Yeah, your board probably just wants Sarah to go away so they can focus on their fight with the state. A tough fight, but one they know they won't personally have to risk anything in. That's why I'm hoping I can win this trial. Well, if I won, that would mean Sarah's not an AI. David Asher was always of sound mind, and there's nothing wrong with the Animate 16. Everyone wins! Sorry, what am I saying? I only meant to stop by and thank you for your help yesterday. After all, you were the one who approved Sarah's registration. You win. Win what? Ask away. Well, if you insist. The robot arm in the back is Morgan's arm. Third arm. Okay. Speaking of, I actually forgot to look at the updated stuff before moving on. Evidence. Oh, here it is. The basement footage. Shows Sarah handing David red plastic cups that he and Young would drink from at 7:30 p.m. Okay. So who's Dawes? Oh. He's the chief supervisor, Android manufacturing quality control. He's basically the one who registered Sarah and then told us how much she's worth. And like other things like how many tens she has and some specs and whatnot. David, that's bad. That's bad. David. No, David, that's really bad. You really shouldn't have done that, David. Okay. I missed the journal. Okay, yep. Psychiatrist. Supposedly met with the psychiatrist more than one occasion in the past few months, but said psychiatrist worked at an office that reminded Jess of Noble and took friend hours to locate. It remains unclear whether he was receiving coaching in counter-corporate espionage practices or if he was getting genuine psychiatric care. Oh, okay. Halfway through a pint of rocky road. Huh. Okay. GOG. Slang. Net slang for a spy or undercover police officer. A net slang term growing in popularity among adolescents, referring to a suspected spy or undercover member of law enforcement. Derived from groundhog. Oh, a burrowing rodent known for his blah 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 blah. The term carries a negative connotation, with the implication being that the subject is doing a poor job of blending in or disguising their surveillance activity. Easy GOG spotted. Who wears a blank baseball cap to a protest? Okay. Sanction. Financial restrictions imposed on parties by the state. Sanctions are financial restrictions imposed by the state against corporations or foreign government as a punitive measure. They are a key tool in statecraft, international negotiations, and in discouraging corporate malfeasance. Okay. Under certain conditions, the state may choose to place sanctions not on an organization but an individual, thereby preventing them from exchanging currency issued by that nation or withdrawing funds from banks that operate within that country's borders, effectively freezing all their assets and possibly preventing them from leaving the country. Wait, Sarah, did you get caught on the... Sarah's in my phone. Help. Oh, okay, there you go. Okay. Yes, question time. Well, if you insist. Okay. Wait, I didn't unlock this? What? Wait, what do you mean? What? Wait, what did I miss? I thought I looked at everything. What? Or do I have to talk about the other stuff first? Nobles and AIs. Humor me for a moment. What's the company's official statement on AI? Same as any rational company that wants to make money. You don't screw with it. Smart products are profitable. Products with their own priorities are anything but. That being said, AI is a concern for marketing, not product development. We spend a lot of money reassuring our public that there's no risk, because the public doesn't really understand how ironclad the tenets are. Because you use Tesseract. Trying to code an AI in tests is like trying to pick yourself up and throw yourself. Nonsensical and self-defeating. Your scanner showed Sarah was running on Tesseract yesterday. If the language is as safe as you say, isn't that proof enough? Proof of nothing. For an AI, lying to another system about the code you're running is child's play. And for an AI built by David Asher, something that simple would be... Better change the subject. Wait, so making an AI takes more than time and resources? It isn't an issue of funding? No, you can't just keep adding more data. The tenets underlie everything. The higher you stack, the more easily you'll topple. You make it sound like building an AI is impossible, even for David Asher. Any chance you'll testify to that? It sounds impossible, but he's dead, and it looks like it was his android that did it. So I guess he was just that good. Better than you'll ever know. Looks like I did have to just talk. Anime 16. Noble spent months promoting the A16 as the culmination of David Asher's work. So now that marketing line is suddenly a huge liability. Can you tell me how much he actually contributed? I mean, he was involved in pretty much every step of the process, but it's designed for synthetic motor neurons. That was the big one. The components that allow your warm androids to move realistically. It pushed the timetable for warm androids ahead by years. And yet, compared to what goes on in Sarah's brain 1,000 times a second, David was only giving the company the most meager of the fruits that his private work bore. So, if Noble ever did find out how much he and his assistants had achieved, they would feel that he had been holding out on them. And the company, they were appreciative of his contributions. I'm sure the researchers that he overtook by leaps and bounds were pleased, but the board was very enthusiastic. So that would spur them to be protective of David. Or would they fear that he was gaining too much influence, becoming irreplaceable? No. They'd need a strong motive to justify killing their golden goose. Mere paranoia isn't enough. With these people, it has to be the bottom line. And the easiest way to threaten their bottom line would be screwing with their androids. In light of all that's happened, one has to wonder if the A16 is compromised? I stayed up all night sick with dread at the idea. But the data doesn't support it. Sales have been strong. And the A16 base code was locked in over 2 quarters ago. If there were an issue, we would have caught it by now. And I would have been axed a long time ago. How many A16s are out there anyway? We just passed 9 million sold. Not flying off the shelves like the 14 or 15 so far, but the profit margin makes up for it. You mentioned data? Yeah, practically got the spreadsheet seared into my retinas. What do you want to know? Error reports, distribution patterns, shipping. What do the error reports look like? Are customers reporting a lot of issues? Error counts are markedly low compared to the last gen. Mostly hardware complaints, it looks like.
batteries running out too quick, eye tracking off by a degree or two.
Typical stuff?
As cliched as it sounds, 99% of these get fixed once they turn auto updates back on. Once they turn it on and turn it off and turn it on again.
So no killer robots getting filed away under bug reports. Distribution patterns. How and where are they being sold? What's the distribution pattern look like?
They're distributed like you'd expect. Places where there are more people, there are more androids, coastal cities like ours, of course, have the most of both. And since the A16 is marketed as being relatively luxury, relatively consumer, they don't sell well outside population centers. They can do the rural hard labor jobs, but old models can do the same work with a lot less maintenance.
So where has the A16 outperformed then?
Customer service, healthcare, childcare, lots of hospitals, offices, and, you know, adult industries.
Oh.
Sorry, didn't mean to be blunt,
No, it makes sense. They're warm and soft to the touch and obedient. I'm just surprised to hear it from a company employee.
There are a lot of people at the company who won't talk about it, but I work in quality assurance. I've seen too many damages to pretend it's not happening.
Damages?
Well, we call it when a consumer tries to return a product that's clearly broken beyond repair.
Oh.
Very high turnover in the pink market.
Hasn't stopped you from selling to them.
Well, we don't sell to them, not directly. But there are resellers, and the companies never pretended to be interested in going after them.
Are there resellers? I thought I read that Right to Repair got shot down again. Oh yeah.
There's been a gray market for softer androids for years, or decades depending on your definition of android. Based on the sales numbers I've seen, RTR getting canned was barely a blip on their radar. Sorry, didn't mean to make you uncomfortable with this topic.
Huh? Me? No, I don't care. I just realized my left sock's on inside out.
Damn, now I'm wondering about that myself.
You bought that? Shipping. This floor is basically a showroom, but you have a real factory a while south of city limits, correct?
Yes. Biggest company manufacturing complex in the hemisphere.
Got any data on the shipping out of there? Anything stand out?
There's some prep work for the holiday bump, looks like. Might sound early to get started now, but we usually see... Oh.
Something wrong?
No, the numbers are all normal, but data has been edited.
Is that unusual?
Well, this section's just a count of how many were sent where. There's not a lot of room for errors, so there shouldn't be much need for corrections. It's no problem though, I can view the edit history and see what was fixed. Okay, that's weird.
Was something added? Deleted?
No, the overall sum's the same, it's just a bunch of swaps. Like here. 29 FFCE 10311 taken out, returned for adjustments.
Sorry.
27 FCDD 019634 substituted in. Shipment leaves on time. 67 BBTC 899543 returned to assembly for revisions, replaced by 67 BBTD 592698. Shipment leaves on time.
So, does that all strike you as odd, Mr. Dawes?
Replacements before shipping isn't uncommon, but when it happens by the batch load. Spot individual unit imperfections among a shipment at that stage in the process. It must have been someone with a lot of experience or authority. Probably both.
Must have. You don't know who made these changes?
I can tell you that they were someone important.
Small last-minute changes to which androids got shipped out. Not very juicy on its own. Yes. And it's a long ways away from explaining why someone would want to kill David. But it was hidden, and that means someone didn't want it to be found. Or didn't want it found. Okay, thanks for sharing that data.
Sure. Did you find what you were looking for?
Hell if I know.
Fair enough.
I know you're convinced that the tenants are safe. So, how do you square that with what happened to David?
There's a cat that's next to a dog. First answer that comes to mind. Is the dog to the left or to the right?
To the right. I'd say the dog is on the right. The cat is on the left.
You might expect half of the people to say left, half to say right. But actually, their answer is almost entirely dependent on their native tongue. Whether it's read right to left or left to right. The language they speak affects how they process information. Their language affects how they think. And it's the same for machines. People can learn new languages, and it can change our perspective. But machines can't learn a new source code. Every update's a reincarnation. If that android did kill David, it wasn't because a 0 returned as a 1 somewhere. It's because there's something fundamentally wrong with it. And, personally, I think it's cruel to bring something that flawed into the world.
Yeah. Unnecessarily cruel.
Any other questions before I go find a hole to hide my head in?
I'd like you to take a look at this.
Mystery's a little outside my purview. What is this?
A compound found in David Asher's blood.
A poison? What is it?
It didn't match anything in any database the medical examiner had access to.
It's crazy.
Here's a crazy idea to follow it up. See if it's a match for anything in Noble's internal database.
We, don't make poison here. I'm not sure what that would accomplish.
No, but this is a factory floor. You could be making baby blankets out there. You could be making baby blankets out there. You'd still have hazardous material around.
You'd think it was something industrial. Suppose it could be. Looks like it's carbon-based. Narrows it down a lot. It's not exactly...
What is it?
It doesn't make any sense, but it's a match for patent nod 52345S. A synthetically produced neurotransmitter analog for usage in organic android components. Serotonin.
That explains a lot. A neurotransmitter would interact directly with the nervous system. In David's case, depressing it enough to put his life in danger. It also explains why it was a preset in his personal manufacture. Sarah's nervous system, worth 10 times its weight in platinum, must be pumped full of it. What are the chances? What are the chances it was just like an accident? There's no way that they let her go if it was accident though. But it's like, oopsie, I cut my thumb and then I touched the cups. Or Sarah cut her thumb, touched the cups, and then like, I don't know, like a drop of pink blood got in there and then David died. No. Would it even be in...
Would that even happen?
That doesn't explain the deleted memory. Hmm?
What do you mean?
Okay.
So, they think that was what killed him.
Helen Young led the development of serotonin, didn't she?
Yes, she did.
She doesn't remember Friday. Yeah. No. She doesn't remember Friday because her memory was wiped, probably. But, like, she had explained that David can set her memory to be wiped when she goes into sleep mode or whatever. So. Or David can tell her to wipe her own memory. William led the development of serotonin. Okay. Oops. I should go and ask her about this composition then.
Normally, someone at her level wouldn't be able to answer specific questions about a compound formulated years ago. But she does have a reputation for being very detail-oriented.
That works out nicely then.
They say she's the type of person to micromanage how much water people drink at a 15-minute stand-up. I heard a rumor that she once said, bathroom breaks are timesheet theft.
Aren't they? I'm kidding. But you should be careful about criticizing a superior where people could be listening. Good thing we've got privacy in your office.
No one but the two of us listening in.
Thanks for cooperating, Dawes. When the state storms the building and starts zip-tying people, I'll let them know that you were helpful.
Yeah, nice joke. You are joking, right?
Just a joke. One more thing. Actually, there is one more thing I wanted to ask you.
What's that?
How long have you been You know, I actually did not I actually did not think very I actually did not think very thoroughly on that one.
What?
Yesterday, you let it slip that you worked in consulting. Had your guard down because I'm not part of the industry?
I was a consultant.
Oh, wait! That's what we were talking about to Helen Young about. She was like, beware of people who say they work in consulting instead of saying they were consultants or something. Because of corporate espionage. Yeah.
What are you talking about?
Not gonna lie, it was such a throwaway thing. I did not remember that Dawes said that. When I walked in here, you said you didn't know how David died. But just now you called serotonin a poison.
What? I just assumed if a chemical was found in a dead man.
And I'm sure you've got practiced answers to every logical point I could raise, so I'll just say this. Does the nervous guy bit really work on people?
Keep your cool and people don't know what you're thinking. But if you act a little jumpy, they feel inclined to calm you down. Before they know it, they're spilling their guts just to have something to fill the silence with. So, it's not entirely an act these days. To answer your question, I did 3 tours in consulting. 4 quarters of internal affairs spy hunting at the Western Division, then 18 embedded at Howe Industries. Or fuck, not 18, sorry, 8. I added 10 there. 24 months wearing different faces, answering to different names, sleeping for 1 hour at a time with a 3D printed shiv under my pillow. My nerves are completely shot. My cover wouldn't last a day if I went back under.
So, you're a spy for Noble. Retired. You're working 6 days a week.
5.5 days a week, and in quality assurance. Trust me, this position is a cushy, generous reward for my past services.
Cat-shaped espionage specialist.
What's the things he... So...
in how the industries. Okay. Oh. I hit my own water bottle. Well, you can't be that retired. You clearly know more than you're letting on.
I have some old inboxes I can still check.
So, can you tell me what the hell is happening around here? Why I'm the one investigating David's death, while your old coworkers are off twiddling their thumbs?
It's that story. The soldier, the blood transfusion.
Blood, not accident. He's finally shooting straight. Did something happen to him afterwards? Did a transfusion not last?
No, there's nothing wrong with the blood. It's the story itself. There was a soldier, and he did get injured, but it was on a base during a training exercise. There was a medical tent 10 meters away the whole time. The transfusion was just a fortuitous live test. His life was never in any danger.
Doesn't make for much of a tearjerker.
Not even a good photo op. Which our competitors understood. One of them, maybe a few of them, got a hold of the story, started puffing it up, astroturfing, painting over socials and virals. By the next morning, we had the military thinking we're leaking like a sieve. Meanwhile, the media is bombarding us with requests for videos and interviews and data. And the state's praising our tech with one side of their mouth while threatening to mist us with the other for getting so greedy. Everyone in Noble CCE has been slammed ever since. Trying to find an off-ramp for the story we can walk back. The claims on without torpedoing our state contracts. I don't know what happened to Asher, whether it was AI gone rogue or company infighting gone too far. But I can tell you, it wasn't done by consultants.
Okay.
That all you wanted to know?
Might as well ask. You worked in the CCE. Was David actually seeing a psychiatrist? Or was it all cloak and dagger book bullshit?
I know that office. I know some old coworkers who see them.
So, it's a front.
They do both. So, he was probably getting training, and he was probably talking to someone. Sorry, not the answer you were hoping for?
Hoping? I wasn't hoping for any answer. The answer I expected was...
You okay?
That's all. Unless you've got any advice.
You're saying you want a consultation?
Couldn't hurt, right?
This company, all of these companies hate to lose. So don't fight them. Make them think you're fighting for them.
Well, that's just business as usual for me. 1:22 p.m. July 2nd, 2086. Up until now, there's been this grating ambiguity about what actually killed David. We've had to use guesses and process of elimination and even a goddamn pseudonym. But I finally identified what the poison was. Now, I just need to figure out how it got there. Or rather, who put it there. Which brings me back to here. An elevator shaft somewhere under or above ground, with kilometers of concrete facelessness and bureaucratic authority surrounding me on all sides. An enemy in every cubicle, in every office of every flora of this temple, built to interpret the inscrutable divinations of a temperamental oracle named Share Price. Back in the belly of the beast. And yet, feel more at ease now than I have all weekend. Makes sense? Now that I know Noble's my enemy, I know where to aim. All that's left to do is pull the trigger. Good thing I didn't bring a knife to this fight. Oh wait, right, she still has the gun. I brought my gun. And that sound just now tells me that it's playing its role perfectly. I'll never have a real use for a firearm with this much bloatware. But just by carrying it around and paying attention to when the hard safety flips on, I always get a heads up when the police have entered the vicinity. Oh. Chuckles. Hi, Detective Rias, it's Morgan. Happened to get your contact info when you got me cleared for the crime scenes yesterday. Delete contact. Block this contact. Stop voice to text. How to stop voice to text. Just wanted to check in. Report this contact voice to text disable. And advise you that Noble's scared shitless of you stomping in and nationalizing the place. So they might be a little uncooperative when it comes to fetching documents. Block this contact. What makes you think we are at Noble? My bad then. Forget I said anything. And whatever you do, don't start your investigation with their stock buyback program. Trying reverse psychology, it only works if I care what you think. Stop voice to text. About time. Thought I'd have to ride the elevator for the next half hour. Morgan, Counselor, your presence has been requested on the upper floors. Déjà vu. Might you have a moment to speak in private? Always, but who's asking? The board. Oh. What are the chances? I've been wanting to speak to them too. Oh boy. Easy voice. I wonder if Rias doesn't carry around a phone, but just like, I don't know how far technology has gone. Everyone probably still has a phone. 1:40 p.m., July 2nd, 2086. Noble Electronics, Northeastern HQ. Conference room 108A. Hello. Evangeline Morgan. Helen Yun. Thank you for making time in your schedule. Her posture, her tone, the fold of her clothes, professional, dialed up to 11. Corporate armor, a full set. Her guard is up. Just Morgan is fine. You're just a few minutes early, Morgan. Typical for corporate Never be the first one to show up pissing contest nonsense. Doesn't even make sense. They called me in here. How could I possibly be early? Oh, wait, let me check this. Shipping data. Oh, the data tampered with. Okay, right? Serotonin is the substance. Pardon me, in that case. 1,000 apologies, you voyeuristic rat-racing hollowheads, but I'm immune to your corporate posturing. If anything, knowing that you're all watching me right now, pretending to be busy with something else, just makes your cowardice that much more apparent. So, who exactly will be joining us?
You don't have time to remember their names, and it won't do you much good either.
Right, so they're not just rich, they're anonymous rich.
The Mob Act guarantees a minimum level of security and peace of mind for any citizen who might be targeted due to their financial status.
Spoken like a true believer. Except Mob Act is what normal people call it. Touting the party line and allowing yourself one instance of rebellion. Or just a slip of the tongue. I would never fault anyone for wanting their privacy, especially not job creators. But it must get pretty inconvenient, not having a name to call them.
Not really. Conversations with them are always one-sided.
Sounds like a great environment. Sounds like a great environment to do business in.
Look at the building you're standing in. We managed to eke out of a meager profit somehow. So, if it works...
Didn't take you for the might makes right type.
And I didn't take you for a clueless boor incapable of reading the room.
Sorry, did I say something off color? I was only being casual since it's just the two of us in here. Maybe we should take advantage of this rare bit of privacy. Good air.
You're here to ask about Sarah, yes? As I said before, I had no idea that Dr. Asher had been building an android on his private property. And I can say here and now that no one at Noble Electronics ever suspected that he was working to undermine the Tenet framework.
She's trying to sound candid in her tone, but she's choosing her words with a surgeon's scalpel. Was she coached? Is that the truth, or is that your statement as VP of Android Futures?
It's both, of course. Dr. Asher was always more than happy to hold himself up and work independently. We both know that.
True. He could be pretty reclusive. I'm sure it caused all kinds of headaches, him disappearing on you all like that. Must have been especially difficult when he came back with breakthroughs that propelled Noble to the top of the industry.
You should take a seat. If that's everyone, shall we begin?
Sound only. Friendly bunch. Is there a problem with the sound? Anyone get muted by accident?
No.
Okay. Thanks for having me. I don't want to take too much of your time. I'm actually a bit flustered having you all show up here. I didn't expect to talk to anyone higher up than a service associate.
You're investigating the death of Dr. David Asher. Why wouldn't we take that seriously?
Because you want me to go away. At least half of you do. The others aren't sure yet.
You must be confused. The board is, as always, united in its decisions and its visions for the direction of this company.
Heard on the cheese. Uh-huh. The board of directors is just 13 roulette rolling psychopaths who get together and vote on whether or not to execute their CEO every 6 months. None of them would be where they are if they were anything else. But I happen to know how that kind of person thinks. The way I see it, there are two possible outcomes. Option 1. You oppose me. Shut me out completely, stonewall me, stall me, and wait for me to walk into trial so unprepared and ill-informed that I inevitably lose. Obviously, I don't like this option. But you can't be big fans of it either. If I lose, the world will learn that David Asher was... there was no doctor there. If I lose, the world will learn that David Asher was killed by an android he programmed. Then every customer you've ever had, and every lawyer they've ever seen on TV, and every firebrand, strapping, young 60-year-old junior senator looking to make a name for themselves, will use your company balance sheet as their personal chew toy. Company is more than capable of. After which, the state still might just gobble you whole, and throw down enough sanctions to de-person whomever among you cries no fair.
The company and its allies at the capital can more than fend for themselves.
Yes, probably, but not definitely. Which makes it a gamble. Still my turn to talk? Then on to option 2. You cooperate with me. I use what you give me, or forge for me, to win at trial, proving that David wasn't killed by an android. When the markets open tomorrow morning, you all get another round of stock buybacks When the markets open tomorrow morning, you all get another round of stock buybacks on the initial dip. Then pat yourselves on the back for staying calm as you continue to profit off David's legacy for the next 100 years. And you won't even have to worry about him speaking out of turn.
That's only if you win. If the company cooperates with you, denies that David was killed by... and the state beats you anyway, it would be catastrophic.
Yeah, it's a gamble. But if at least some of your board wasn't considering taking it, I wouldn't be here. We're all busy people, and I'd hate to drive a wedge between such a close-knit group of friends, so how about this? Option 3. Hedge your bets.
What?
Put a little on black, put a little on red. Spread the love and lower your risk profile. Don't make any statements about the trial. Tell the media the state's got your windpipe in a vice. Wait until just before the markets open Monday morning to send out your PR packages for rubbers. Wait until just before the markets open Monday morning. I can't read. Wait until just before the markets open Monday morning to send out your PR packages for rubber stamping. After you already know who's won. One way or another, this trial will be over before the end of the day, and you'll never hear from me again. So just don't shut me out completely for another few hours.
And does anyone second that motion? Very well. We can answer some of your questions, Counselor.
Better make them count then. No reason to be shy now. Where are we going? Mob Act. Protection of Reasonable Anonymity Act. Safety with income above the 99th percentile of the nation. Home. Funding for technology that helps individuals within keep their name off the main net, ensuring that they and their families are not prejudiced against. just because of their financial status. Ugh. But how are we gonna eat the rich? Okay. The poison that killed David Asher has been identified as serotonin. You're familiar?
It's one of our many patented materials, as I recall.
You recalled it pretty easily yesterday. Gee, what changed?
But intellectual property law can be very complex, Counselor. I'm not sure how much I or anyone at the company can tell you about serotonin at this time.
Well, if you can't tell me about it, who could? You did lead its development, didn't you?
Yes, I oversaw the project, which just makes it that much harder to speak freely without compromising the confidentiality of the teams that reported to me.
I understand. That sounds like bullshit and I don't believe it. But I'm not asking for trade secrets here. It's a perfect match for the only foreign substance found in his blood. Serotonin is what killed him. The state will say the same.
That's not possible.
You have to elaborate?
I'm sorry, but I can't say any more at this time.
So much for cooperating. And if I were to ask you as an officer of the court,
then I would ask you to be patient and wait until this afternoon. ADA Rockford has already called me to testify.
Already?
Damn it, I got cocky because of the cops' late arrival.
Emma must have gone straight for the throat first thing this morning and left investigating for later. Well, knowing her, she probably managed to ID the serotonin before she went to bed last night. So, are we still having this conversation then?
As I said, I'm sorry. But I have to take more than just my personal feelings into consideration here. There's a great deal at stake.
Corporate speak for, you're too stupid to understand why I'm being dense. She's just trying to shield the company, plain and simple. LARPing as Helen Young the Ark on a crusade against government overreach. But if she's that busy defending Noble, she might be leaving herself unguarded. Why is she here anyway? Why am I speaking to her and not her lawyers? That's right, this is a vulnerable position for her. She wouldn't put herself in check like this, not unless she was forced to. So that's it. Acting as their mouthpiece isn't some honor for her. This is a punishment. She's being used as a meat shield. They're upset with her, perhaps even suspicious of her. Time to find out why. Oh boy. Oh god, I don't know. Why? Okay. Oh wait, I can save here though. It's not court. Even though there's a blind. Shit. Has David's will been located?
It has never gone anywhere. It's still in a safety deposit box. We'll retrieve it and have it read once all the unknowns surrounding his death have been made into knowns.
So David's will hasn't even become part of the equation yet. It might not be for weeks at this rate. Is that calculated though? Aren't you dragging your feet? Jealous. I have to admit, I'm surprised you aren't more shaken up today, Miss Young.
I'm processing.
After all, you and David did have a history. You started at the same time, didn't you?
Yes, we were colleagues and cordial with one another.
Just colleagues? Oh man. I'm scared. I don't want to press on that. Sarah. Whatever else the court ends up labeling her, Sarah is a remarkably lifelike android. Had things worked out differently, you might have wanted her as the A16 poster girl. Or A17. Or 18. Could have driven a lot of sales. Her cute little pout projected across the sides of skyscrapers.
A hypothetical of a hypothetical. As has been made tragically obvious to all of us, that android is nothing like the A16. That it may yet be associated with our products going forward is nothing more than a massive liability.
Yet, you wouldn't have the A16 without her. And if they could take her apart and learn from her, they could have the world. So, was the motive to try and pry Sarah away from him? Oh. I haven't gotten any other cards other than the first one. Sure, whatever. Sarah's worth a lot of money, in part because her creator isn't around to replicate her. Were you all hoping to take her by force and reverse engineer her once David was out of the way?
Don't be absurd. That machine is nothing but lawsuits and congressional hearings and PR nightmares waiting to happen.
I should have known.
The company doesn't need her, no matter how advanced she is. We only need steady growth and increased market share.
Trying to steal Sarah away with brute bloody force does seem absurd when she puts it that way. Don't look at me. Aren't you dragging your feet? Aren't you dragging your feet? Afraid that there is something in that will you'd rather not have see light of day.
We are not jealous in-laws who've been bribing the county sheriff, counselor.
Shit! What the fuck? I keep fucking up! No! No. All because I didn't want to pry into whatever the fuck that other question was. No!
Anything we try to claim would inevitably be overturned as soon as the will is read. Surely you understand that, counselor.
Of course. Okay. Just colleagues? Don't be so modest. You helped them create the one-point doctrine that saved the company.
That is a gross exaggeration. Noble is far too large an organization to be affected by the contributions of any single individual.
Suppose you're right. No one person could change Noble's fortunes overnight. Except for David Asher, of course. But he was a once-in-a-generation talent. The guy Noble chose for the advertisements and the one they commissioned editorials about. Sorry, you're right. I shouldn't have equated the two of you. I just hope his one-point doctrine doesn't fall out of favor now that he's gone.
Yes, well, we certainly wouldn't want that.
Well, she didn't exactly explode with rage, but she definitely reacted. There's real jealousy there. If there had ever boiled over, though. I didn't mean to pry about your relationship with David, or lack thereof. I suppose I'm just curious about his standing inside Noble as a whole.
David Asher was, and always will be, an outstanding contributor to the company's forward progress. Nothing will ever change that.
Not even if he was killed by one of his own creations.
That would, of course, be a tragic element that would call for reconsideration of his legacy.
She was almost caught off guard there. Like she was surprised for me to be asking about Sarah ruining his reputation. Did David ever anger the board? Besides Sarah, David's reputation was crystal clean. He never went against the company once. Did he?
That's...
Unless I'm mistaken, and he and Noble were on bad terms. In that case, I might get the impression that some parts of leadership were actually glad to see him taken off the chessboard.
That is not...
Something buzzing in your ear?
Fine. I suppose it makes no difference if you hear it now or at the trial, or on your feed tomorrow. Dr. David Asher was being sued by the company for breach of contract. Satisfied?
Now we're talking. Well then, I suppose that's a very messily put together blackjack. So, you couldn't have mentioned this breach of contract earlier?
Not without complicating the company's position unnecessarily. No. There's no hiding it at this point. It'll all come out soon enough.
There's a paper trail?
Much more than that. We've been making moves to let him go for some time.
Noble Electronics parting way with David Asher. Must be one hell of a breach of contract. What did he do?
He betrayed the confidence of the board.
Was he contesting this suit? Putting up a fight? Engaging in a legal battle against a mega corporation without even telling me?
Until recently, yes.
You mean until he died? How recently?
We spoke on Friday.
That was what you two talked about in his parlor?
No, this was earlier in the day. We were in his room, actually. Him, me, and several members of our legal department. It was an arbitration.
And did you come to an agreement?
Compromise. He would resign from his position in 2 quarters, foregoing royalties on any products we would develop after the next 24 months. In exchange, he wouldn't be publicly fired, and he would still be credited on all past, present, and future filings.
How very reasonable. On paper, maybe. No matter what the deal was, letting go of David Asher is insanity.
Reasonable, yes. We ended on a good note, I'd like to think. We shook hands, even took a photo.
Damn, I don't know about that photo. Yeah, that looks lovely. What are the pink things?
Something funny?
Oh, so something funny? Didn't know the board told jokes.
We don't. That was legal, expressing their displeasure with how much paperwork my good note ending left them stuck with. Children, it was just one night of overtime.
So, while they were spending their Friday night blowing the ink dry, you paid a visit to David's penthouse. Something left unfinished?
Professionally, it was a good meeting. There was no yelling, no finger pointing. Much cleaner than expected. But Dr. Asher did not want to retire. He didn't want to be forced out of the company when he was the one when he had contributed so much. I didn't enjoy doing that to him, so I came over that night to apologize to him. We talked, reminisced. When he bought out the drinks, I thought we'd be toasting to a new day. A few minutes later, he was dead. Because of that AI.
That AI. Any idea how it came to be?
As I said, I had no idea he was working on it.
My question was more broad than that. If you really believe David built an AI, how do you think he did it? How does Noble Electronics think he managed to work around the tenants?
It's quite beyond my area of expertise, and no one at the company could call themselves an expert in illegal technology. But some in the R&D department have theorized that he created what they call a wax-wane decaying priority loop, which, as I understand, is an unstable, resource-insensitive, theoretical method for pseudo-randomizing the weight amongst present tenants.
Well, about as far off target as it gets with that guess.
But that kind of inelegant brute force nonsense seems a far cry from the kind of thing David would create, and I seem to have taken us over our allotted time slot.
But I didn't even get to wave goodbye.
You're serious about this trial?
Don't I look it?
You're not just making a play. You're actually going to defend that thing?
I'm just defending myself, Miss Young.
Oh yes, of course you are. My mistake.
I hoped you might be rooting for me, to tell you the truth. I may yet save everyone's stock options.
The stock options will be alright either way. They always are.
That gamble I offered your board, which outcome would you bet on?
Finally, an easy question. What I would bet is that whatever the outcome, the company will eat it up and shit it out with very little difficulty. You painted an ugly picture back there, but I've already seen the future. And it's just another marketing gimmick. The great Dr. Asher, too smart, too bold, too far ahead of his time. What spark of his genius remains buried in the inspired Animate 19?
I guess that depends on...
You were exactly right. He is more valuable to Noble as a dead man. Dead men can't step out of line, or put their foot in their mouth, or hold politically inconvenient opinions I can read. To be a good salesperson, a dead man is just another selling point. Pardon my outburst. I'm just tired. It's been a very long week for me.
I'll let you prepare for your afternoon then, Dr. Young.
No one calls me doctor. I asked them not to.
You didn't want the title?
At times, I have thought very little of it. The PhD I earned from a Noble-owned school.
Biochemistry. It couldn't have been a large department at Noble before they started work on worm androids in earnest. They probably didn't have many expectations for the program back when she was a part of it.
But I was proud of it when I first got it.
Something change?
It never seemed to catch on. People didn't use it, so eventually I told people not to use it. A very high IQ social power play, you understand?
David never insisted that people use it either.
That's very different, and I think you know it. David Asher didn't have to.
Where's my water? I can't. 2:50 p.m., July 2nd, 2086. I'm going into this trial, my trial, with a lot less ammunition than I'd like. I'm beginning to form a picture of what actually happened, maybe even circling the drain on a suspect. But Emma won't be generous enough to give me breathing room. She'll want to end this fast. Maybe if I do badly enough, it'll flip her sadistic switch and she'll want to keep playing.
So you got charged with owning an AI. First time you do something exciting in your whole life. And I gotta find out through the fucking grapevine?
My life is plenty exciting.
Freckles. You could bore the polish off a resume. You could bore the polish off a resume checking robot. I've fucked Catholic school teachers with more active night lives than you.
Okay.
So, who'd you rope in? Anyone I know? Oh shit, haha. Are you representing yourself?
Fits within my budget.
Screw your budget, you're going to jail.
Thanks for the vote of confidence.
It ain't a matter of how good a lawyer you are. Anyone who represents themselves in court has a fool for counsel.
You represented yourself countless times.
Not for anything I had a chance of losing. Your pal hasn't even been dead 48 hours. You're too close to this. You'll make mistakes.
The powers that be really didn't want to give me a brain check. They're taking this very seriously.
It's more dangerous than that. They're scared.
Is there precedent? An ad committing murder?
How'd you pass law school without learning how to look this stuff up?
I know what the net says. I'm asking you.
The answer to that is... not helpful to you at the moment. Colin P.
So, what words of advice do you have?
Get yourself a new lawyer.
Gonna close this chat now.
Don't lose, Freckles.
You don't need to tell me that. Oh, Sarah, you're here.
What are you reading, Meta Knight?
I was reading David's employment contract with Noble Electronics before I got waylaid by spam texts.
The one we found inside the panic room? Which I haven't double checked yet.
Oh. Arbitration. Line with coworkers' descriptions of her detail-oriented personality. Right. Okay. So it doesn't it doesn't really tell us what exactly he could have, like what constitutes a breach of contract, like what he broke. I think. Wait. Wait, we don't know, right? Or did my brain fart? On Masters. Scroll all the way up, but I don't have. Right, reading the contract.
The one we found inside the panic room. It looks quite extensive. Should I skim it for you?
Depends. Did you pass the bar exam since we last spoke? You comfortable?
I am not.
Ever see that old movie with the gorilla and the skyscraper? They bring it to the city and
I understand the analogy, Adonai.
I wish I could call it overkill. But considering the specs Sarah put up yesterday, maybe those bindings aren't heavy enough. Come to think of it, those numbers must have been faked along with the rest of what the machine read. If that was all a smokescreen David added to help her lay low, then her actual strength is more like... If your joints weren't currently locked up tighter than a vice, do you think you could escape this place?
I hope that question is not indicative of your strategy.
This is me trying to distract you, Sarah. Enjoy the hypothetical.
I would estimate that the building's automated security would put 9 holes in me before I reach that door.
9's not so bad.
I would not be able to function after the 7th.
Ah. Well, if you hadn't been planning some great escape.
I would not do that. That would be illegal. And you would still be on trial.
I remember. So, what have you been doing all day then?
I am attempting to recover memories from Friday.
You can do that?
It is not dissimilar from the process of recovering data erased from any other computer, despite the difference in scale. I won't be able to remember everything, but if successful, I could recall individual pieces of information that could prove useful.
That's a lot of coulds. And even if you're successful, you may not like what you find. Whatever happened that day, either you or David wanted you to forget it.
Yes. But even so, I have to remember. Because it's the last day that Father and I...
Any luck so far then?
I can recall a slightly musty scent.
Wow, case closed!
What about you, Adonai? Have you formulated a plan for the trial's proceedings?
Something like that. Young insists that serotonin isn't what killed David. I don't buy it. There's no other explanation for how he died.
So, is she lying?
And if she repeats that lie on the stand, I'll need to expose it.
Somehow.
Somehow.
Would she really commit perjury to protect Noble? To protect one of Noble's patents?
She doesn't strike me as quite the corporate zealot she makes herself out to be.
But you believe that she has something to do with Father's death.
What do you think?
I don't know. I don't know why anyone would kill Father.
Considering the possible consequences of what he confessed to in his journal, I can think of...
But then again, I don't understand why anyone would kill anyone. Do you?
Bell's tolling for thee. Means that the doors to the courtroom are unlocked. Let's... Wait, can you walk in that? Can you walk like that? What'll it have to do? Wait a second. Across the hall, that's... Oh. Hello. Keep waddling, Sarah. I'll catch up.
As you say, Adonai.
This'll be a coin toss. You that surprised to see me? I'm not surprised you'd want to see the outcome of this trial. I am surprised you'd want to talk to me. You're defending the android, right? Well, last time, when I played it cool, I lost a credit, so... Yeah, I'm defending Sarah's innocence. I don't think she killed David. Do you? I don't think it matters. Noble is what killed David. Whether it was with a pen stroke or a sleeper agent killer android, or plain old goddamn arsenic, how could anyone that smart be that dumb? Why the hell did he ever sign his soul over to them? David may have been in over his head, but he wasn't a bad negotiator. I've read his contract. His position was strong. You're the lawyer. But a guy like me, working in music, can't tell you how many people I've seen screwed over by a big smile and a fat signing bonus. No such thing as corporate generosity. If you think you're getting a good deal, it's only because you don't know how much you just sold. How much you just sold. David's real wealth lay in his intellectual property, the potential energy of it hanging over the whole industry. If he sued even 1% of the companies, taking inspiration from his Turing solution, there's a clause in his contract. If Noble ever did fire David, he would have retained control over all his patents afterward. If Noble ever did fire David, he would have retained control over all his patents afterwards. Yeah, see, that sounds nice. Only they never did fire him, did they? He just happened to die. An unforeseeable act of God. In contract law, they call that force mature. Frees both parties from liability or obligation when an extraordinary event or circumstance beyond the control. Oh. Okay. 3:29 p.m. July 2nd, 2086. No. I must have pressed something accidentally. Man. Like, impossible to be quiet. And also drink water. Okay. Let's start. Dun, dun, dun. Oh wait, hold on, let me save again. Dun dun dun. Hang on.
I said, did you find anything interesting in the contract, Adonai?
It's hard to mute things. It's really annoying to mute back and forth. A few things, yeah. Basically, David was well taken care of, so long as they kept him around. And he retained control of his patents even after being let go. But what Porter said, logically, if David were to pass while still being employed, Noble would continue to control the bulk of his IP. So if they knew David was going to leave in a year...
It would be very foolish of them to let father go.
Well, they wouldn't do it for no reason. With this contract, he could only be fired for serious offenses. Corporate malfeasance, revealing trade secrets, fraud.
Father was not a fraud. He was, as they say, the greatest of all time.
Fraud just means lying to the company about something for Sarah.
Oh.
Eyes up. Showtime. Stop. Yeah. Okay. Serious cost includes only fraud or worse. Oh, maybe it was because, like, what? Because he was also at that sort of psychiatrist's office, right? At the consultants in quotes Okay. It's fine. We'll be fine. Eyes up, showtime. Oh, hello. Again. Counselor Morgan. State charges you with possession of contraband.
Contraband.
That be you.
In violation of the Safeguarding Our National Digital Security Act. How do you plead?
Not guilty.
Very well. Since it seems that we are, in fact, doing this, I'll now turn over to the admission of this trial to the adjutant. But be warned, any attempts at stalling or muddling the issue, and I'll step right in and override the trial myself. Summary judgment, siding with the people. Are we understood?
Yes, Your Honor.
Are we going to have the same adjutant as we had before?
No way. Each courthouse only has so many bodies, but the personalities swap around all the time. So the chances of us dealing with the same glitchy mess as yesterday are...
Glad to be back! Did y'all miss me? Forget I said anything. I'll just go crawl under a rock and die while you make your opening statements. The defendant and the owner of the android registered under the model name Sarah with license number 120292880. She hasn't contested this, and I doubt she will. So, the question of ownership is already answered. All that remains is to determine whether Sarah qualifies as contraband. It is a charming android, incredibly well made, a masterpiece, and the last known work of a great man. But when we look at the evidence and the facts surrounding the death of Dr. Asher, we're forced to conclude that said android is responsible for his death. And that conclusion carries very serious implications. I will prove here in court today that the machine standing there killed David Asher, not through an accident or mismanaged dosage, through an intentional poisoning. I won't ask the court to judge this machine on its apparent sentience, its range of emotions, or the free will it may or may not possess. I only ask that the court judge this creation on what we will prove it to be more than capable of. Patricide.
Oh my gosh, she said patricide. Is that when you kill Patrick? No.
Woof, wouldn't want to have to follow that act. But go for it anyway, defense.
Your Honor, what the DA said is true.
What did she just say? Did she just admit it?
Sorry, just the first part. This android is charming, and it is the work of a great man. The rest of it was pure speculation, based on little more than a few bad camera angles and a phobia of anything new. I do not own the android you see here. It was bequeathed to me by a man known to most of the people in this courtroom as the father of modern machine intelligence. To me, he was just my friend. And if I thought at any point that this puppet had anything to do with his death, I would have dragged it to the chopping block myself. But I don't believe that. I never have. Sarah is an android, nothing more. It isn't capable of homicide, and it didn't even commit manslaughter. It is just a well-made machine. Any fears one has about its capabilities are projections, nothing more. And it troubles me greatly that the state is spending valuable time and resources on rushing to pulverize Dr. Asher's last known work, when it could be going after the very real, very human forces that were responsible for his death.
She's serious? She's talking about Noble?
Oh my god, Mars. The people can't prove that Sarah is an AI. And truth be told, I can't prove that it isn't. But I can prove that it's not guilty. And that's exactly what I'm going to do.
Chills. You sounded very confident, Adonai.
Yeah, well, no one ever got good at lying by being modest.
You could have simply said thank you.
Ah,
Thank you for your presence here today, Detective London. In light of the new evidence, I'd like to go over the death of Dr. Asher one more time. What happened Friday night?
At 6:30 p.m., David Asher spoke on the phone with his lover, and the two of them broke things off.
lover.
It's an accurate description of their relationship, isn't it?
I wouldn't know. That stuff's private.
Adonai?
Then the deceased met with Noble VP Helen Young in his parlor starting around 7:30 p.m. Then he left the parlor and the sight lines of his home's security system, before reappearing on his private secondary security system in his basement moments later. At which point, the android Sarah can be seen handing him the poison he'd go on. The android Sarah can be seen handing him the poison he'd go on to drink.
And do you see that android in the courtroom?
Yeah, he's the green-haired one that's frowning at me.
Let the record show that the android Sarah has been identified at the scene of the crime.
No objections.
None? Then why'd I even show up? Detective London, what happened next?
Asher went upstairs and shared a drink with Miss Young. Within a few minutes, he was being airlifted to the hospital, where he was soon declared dead. We know that the poison could be produced by his manufacturer, which Sarah had access to, just up the stairs in his workshop.
So, Sarah had an ample opportunity to procure the poison, and Sarah handed Dr. Asher's cup immediately. And Sandal. Oh, but there's this Sandal. So, Sarah had ample opportunity to procure the poison, and Sarah handled Dr. Asher's cup immediately after he did.
Is there a question in that statement, Your Honor?
I'll rephrase. Was anyone else seen handling Dr. Asher's cup before he died?
No.
I have no further questions. So that's your witness, Counselor.
He wasn't lying per se, but there was some ambiguity in the statement he gave. Truth's gotta come out one way or another. If Emma won't push, I'll have to pull. Talk screen. Basement footage. Whiskey. Talk screen, basement footage, and whiskey. Wait, I can't see it. No. I should have. Oh my god, I should have opened it later. Then spoke briefly. Then he went downstairs to get drinks for them. Okay, cameras in the basement show Sarah handing him the cups and the whiskey. So after he came back to the parlor and started drinking, it wasn't until long he lost consciousness and died. Oh wait, no, Sarah didn't hand him the whiskey. She only handed him the cups. Drinking poisoned whiskey while he thought he was having it. Okay, or that, because that's just wrong. Don't know if that's a good way or a bad way to go out. I heard a slight slip up in there. Well, there are two things. One, Sarah only handed him the cups. David had grabbed the whiskey himself. So that's not as much of a slip up as saying that the whiskey itself was poisoned, which it wasn't. Known foreign elements or toxins. What was the other thing? It was the footage, the whiskey, and what? Talk screen. Which is only alcohol. How dare you laugh at my expense?
I heard a slight slip up in there. It'd go nowhere, but at this stage, I need to pick at every loose thread I can. Okay. At 6:30, David Ashton broke up over the phone. Then at 7, Young arrived. They spoke briefly, and then he went downstairs to get drinks for them. Cameras in the basement show Sarah handing him the cups and the whiskey, which is wrong. So after he came back to the parlor and started drinking, it wasn't long until he lost consciousness and died, drinking poisoned whiskey while he thought he was having a toast.
That's the thing. I feel like there are two things that like are kind of wrong here, but the poisoned whiskey is like blatantly wrong, you know? I guess I'll just go for the whiskey. It's like blatantly wrong, but it's not like that's stupid. Or it's not like super relevant, I guess. No!
That's the best you got?
Didn't think it was all that bad.
Depends on the grading curve. I give you an F. Overruled.
The fuck? Okay, fine. I'll go for the camera thing then, because it's more relevant. Okay, talks to banks and footage. Alright. Okay. Broke up on her phone. Helen arrived. Went downstairs. Sarah handing him the cups and the whiskey, which is not right. Where's the footage? Here it is. Go! Ah! Okay. Check that footage again, Detective London. We only see Sarah handing the victim a cup. He had already retrieved the whiskey himself.
Oh, yeah. Forgot about that. Detective Lending wasn't just being specific enough, Your Honor. But it matters little, since it was David's cup, not the whiskey bottle that was poisoned. Weird flex, but okay. And that undeniable fact is shown clearly in the security footage. Sarah hands him a cup after he was ready to leave.
True, she did call David back and handed him a cup of poison. That seems logical. That wouldn't make sense. I mean, I can't spot anything wrong. Like, not really. Yes, it is. Hands him a cup after he was ready to leave. He called David back and handed him a cup of poison. We don't know if it was poison, but she did hand him the cups, yeah. I'm trying to think. Like... No, I feel like it's fine. That basically makes sense. Sarah handed him the cup with the poison already in it. Wait, no. So why didn't he... If the poison was already in the cup, wouldn't David have noticed it in there?
When the lethal dose was very small. If it was just a droplet, could have easily overlooked it. For Sarah, this crime was very simple. There was too little for the plan for anything to go wrong. Once she handed it off, she just had to wait for him to drink from his cup.
No, wait, because she gave him both his and Vera's cups. So, like, how could she be sure that it was his? Is that all she had to need to do? No. Not a great plan, if that really was Sarah's move. She gave him 2 cups. How could she have known which cup David would drink from?
There are a few ways to go about it, but it's only a 50-50 shot. Counselor Stranger. But it's only a 50-50 shot, Counselor. Stranger things have happened.
What? It's possible that she knew the right cup. There's no way to know the right cup. Didn't you just say that it was not noticeable? I'm like, why would... Don't try and bluff me, Rockford. There is no difference between the cups.
It's not a bluff. Sarah handed the cups to him in one stack, with the poison hidden in the bottom cup.
But how? No, but how would he know? But how would she know that he would drink from the bottom one? Is what I'm saying. And not like, what if he just swapped him and then Helen drank the one on the bottom? Huh? What the fuck? Really?
She knew David was courteous and would pour for his guest first, so he wouldn't even look into the poisoned cup until he was already pouring.
God damn, I'm just losing credits over and over again. Come on!
Cold-blooded patricide.
Ow!
Executed by taking calculated advantage of Dr. Asher's kindness.
Damn, she was luring me in with those easy answers. And I fell for it. I hate it here. I hate it here.
Now, are there some questions you'd like to ask the detective while he's available? Or are you done already?
I was just about to get started. Even if I didn't have questions, I'd make some up just to spite you at this point. But I can do better than that. Now, what can I get London to say that would help my case? Tenant technicalities. Add involved crimes. Sarah in the footage. Oh god. I'm feeling stupid. Okay. Tenant technicalities. Add involved crimes. Sarah in the footage. Detective London, in their capacity as assistants to the police force, are androids ever asked to commit acts of violence? Yeah, I guess. So, they can push people, restrain them, harass them. And does that constitute a violation of their tenets? Harming the people they're supposed to protect? Well, as I understand it, there might be some complex weighting math that goes into it. But no, it's not breaking any tenets. For that to be the case, they'd have to have tenet 1, right? May not injure or through inaction lead to blah blah blah. Yes, I suppose that would have to be the case, wouldn't it? Are you asking me? Fucking, I keep losing! This far outside his expertise. Wait, oh my god. Oh, okay. I know what you mean. Okay, I know. I was just like, I just have to ask him questions. Down the line, I guess. I'm gonna shoot myself. Alright. That involved crime. Detective, do you know how many violent incidents the city's police have investigated in the last year? Not the exact number. Thousands, though. Yeah, around there. And of those thousands of incidents of violence, do you know how many of them were found to be the fault of automated dependence? I believe there's been 6 in the last 5 years. Wow, that's very small. Were all 6 of them incidents of police licensed ad involved brutality?
Relevance, Your Honor.
Withdrawn. How many tenants protect humans? Yeah, I can look at the other stuff first. Sarah in the footage is also something I can ask him, I think. Detective, in the footage we just saw, could you see what Sarah was doing? Not exactly, no. Her back was to the camera, and her hands were obscured. Could you see her hands from any other clip of the camera footage retrieved from the basement? No. Did you or anyone else participating in the investigation ever see Sarah put anything into David Asher's cup? No. The footage submitted to the record is the best available view of what happened. Wouldn't Sarah's eyes recorded best? No, they wouldn't hook her up to... They wouldn't hook her up to anything because they were scared of her being an AI, right? So I can't ask this. Also, she has no memories! Okay. How many tenants protect humans? As an aside, Detective, do you know how many tenants are recognized in this country? 110? 112 as of this year. You have given me that one. Do you know how many of those tenants pertain to protecting humans from harm? That one I do know. 41. And lastly, Detective, how many times in the last, say, century have we seen automated dependents break their tenants? 5 times is the agreed upon number. So if you were to tally that all up and try to make an evaluation as police officers are charged with protecting civilians, overall, you would say that automated dependents in general are how dangerous to the public?
The witness is not an expert on automated dependents, Your Honor.
He's more than qualified to say whether they have a history of violence, Your Honor.
Oh, what the heck? Let him answer.
I would have to say that they're not dangerous. Normally that would have bought me some doubt with the jury, but this isn't a traditional trial. At least I can say that I shored up my own confidence. Alright, seems like that's as close as I'm going to get to. Blackjack! Okay. I believe I made my point. I have no more questions for this witness, Your Honor.
Then we can move on to the next item on the docket.
Looks like Emma wants to introduce some new evidence.
I call Sarah to the stand.
The android? Can she even do that?
Approach, Your Honor.
Oh, you're approaching me?
I believe that it's me they wanted to speak with.
I didn't even get to finish my line.
Now then, what the hell are you doing, Rockford?
Took the words right out of my mouth.
I have questions for the android. This seemed like the best way to get answers.
You can't call an android as a witness, it's not a person.
There's plenty of precedents for it. Ads provide testimony all the time.
Also, people have cross-examined like parrots and stuff, so it's fine. Not when they're on trial.
Sarah isn't on trial. You are.
Sarah's accused of being an AI. That means you don't trust a word out of its mouth.
If the witness isn't to be trusted, the court can decide that for itself after hearing their testimony.
Why the ambush? Why'd you list this as entering evidence, D.A. Rockford?
Only people can be witnesses, Your Honor, and ads don't have legal personhood. Evidence seemed like the worst descriptor.
You know I can't make an android swear an oath.
Rockford is just trying to spoil your opinion, Your Honor. The more this court treats Sarah like a person, the more you'll see her as human, and the weaker my case becomes in your eyes.
Nice try, counselor. But we don't have time to worry about my impartiality. You're free to call for a mistrial if you want, but the state will have turned Sarah to slag before you even finish signing your motion.
Rockford's calling a witness that is blatantly hostile to her case.
If the witness is hostile, so be it. It did kill a man, after all.
Allegedly. What about the right to avoid self-incrimination?
Who's the one treating Sarah like a person now? Androids don't have rights.
Damn it. That's...
The android will take the stand.
Your Honor.
I've made my decision.
And if Sarah refuses to take the stand, are you going to charge it with contempt of court?
If the machine won't talk, he'll make every effort as its owner to ensure that it does. And if it disobeys you, then we'll have our answer about its sentience right then and there.
Yes, Your Honor. Shit.
What's going on?
The DA is going to question you on the stand.
What? But I shouldn't...
Listen to me. You don't have a choice right now. This is happening. Tell the truth, be concise, but more robotic. Tell the truth, but be concise. The more robotic, the better. Yes or no's only if you can. Would using affirmative and negative be laying it on too thick?
But Adonai, if I make a mistake, all these people, they want to destroy me.
If you make a mistake, your lawyer will just have to cover for you. Understand?
Yes.
Robotic case attorney. That's right. It's, what is it? It's Cyberpunk Toxic Yuri Ace Attorney.
You're the android identified as Sarah, correct? Yeah. Affirmative. Do you deny that this camera footage shows you handling the poison cup?
Objection. Oh, I've never seen this post before. Objection. It remains to be seen whether the cup itself was definitively poisoned.
Yes. Sarah, do you deny handing that cup to David Asher? Negative? I have no memory of the incident, so I can neither confirm nor deny it. Do you have any reasoning, any excuse for your actions, for failing to notify police of crucial information? I do not have any records from that day, so I never had anything to tell anyone.
Very well. Counselor? The journal, if you will. This could be a slaughter. Of course.
Do you recognize this item? It's a journal that belongs to Dr. David Asher. I have seen him write in it on many occasions.
And have you any knowledge of its contents?
Negative.
You don't have to answer that, actually. Tell the court what you see here in this footage.
I see myself reading the journal in the basement.
This footage was captured on Friday, the day you claim to have no memory of. So regardless of what you do or don't remember, we know that you read this journal hours before David Asher died.
That is logical.
I'd like you to read some passages from it for the court. Can you do that?
Of course.
Page 238, the 10th line.
Sarah is growing faster than I ever expected, beyond my wildest dreams or fears. Today she... Continue, please. Today she broke every password I have in the house. Said she was curious. I can't expect to keep things from her forever.
Page 251, line 12.
I gravely underestimated the scope of things. Sarah could change everything, and I don't think I could stop her. He wasn't...
Page 263. Damn it. If this keeps up, Sarah's gonna fall to pieces up there. Oh man. Stuff to feed until Ace Attorney 7 is out. We're so huffed up on Copium. Make her endure. Raise an objection. Well, since I played Ace Attorney. But I'm gonna lose my credits. Owie! Oh god. No, but I did say. But what would I even object about? I feel like I'm just gonna lose credits. Okay, we ball. Badgering, Your Honor.
Badgering what witness, counselor? I'm just making the android do some simple tasks.
Damn it, I can't raise an objection when Sarah's got no legal status for me to defend.
Page 263, I said. I think Sarah was angry today. When I came back from work, she had ripped a Zin alloy plate in half. She said she was testing her strength, but the cameras... That was... Page 267. Sarah scared me today.
She starts bowing on the stand. It's all over. Your Honor! I fail to see the value in continuing this line of questioning. Dr. Asher was wary of a highly experimental android he was building, as good as any good scientist would be. That's been established.
Do the people have a counter-argument? I just have one last question, if that pleases the court.
Oh my god.
Let's hear it! This footage was captured in the basement on Friday around 5:30 p.m. Tell the court what you see. I see myself standing where I was when I read the journal. I'm speaking to someone who's off camera and you're agitated and I stomped my foot.
Oh, that's how the floor cracked?
And what happens to the floor after you stomp your foot? A large crack is made in the vulcanized polymer, and I walk off camera towards whomever I had been speaking to.
Speaking or shouting? Asked and answered.
Not really, but I'll withdraw the comment nonetheless. Your witness, counselor, or evidence, if you prefer.
Damn, I knew she would cherry pick all the worst passages from the journal, but still. If Barrows wasn't wavering before, should I try to have Sarah read the mushy parts? No, the waterworks would start after only a few lines. Emma went to all that trouble to show how emotionally developed Sarah is. Proving that she loved David like a father would be playing right into her hand.
What do you say, counselor? Got some burning cues for the android to answer?
Yes, Your Honor. Just one moment. Emma went for emotion, and the impact was devastating, so all I can do is focus on the facts. So let's flip this around. Say Sarah absolutely didn't poison David. If that's the case, why did she call him back on his way out of the basement? Wait, that's... I'd actually like to ask you to read from the journal again, Sarah.
You went from where?
From the section that explains what you were actually trying to do that night. Oh, wait, was she trying to just get a taste of alcohol, and that's why she brought the cups over? A section of his journal detailing. Never mind, I don't know. Detailing his early career, newfound fame, how he made Sarah. argue against the robot's sentience. Yes, because the thing is, if she is sentient, the state will kill her. Or, I mean, sorry, they will shut her down and then demolish her. Okay, so, while you're actually trying to do that night. Okay, so my immediate thought was that she was trying to get a taste of alcohol and she brought the cups over. Or like she thought that he was gonna drink with her. So he brought the she brought the cups over. Yeah, that's why I'm struggling so bad. But that would be in how he made Sarah, right? The latest sections of the journal are all about Sarah. She reads. Fuck. That's what I thought, but I wasn't sure because they would be both there. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's not fine. I'm so fucking broke right now. It's so upsetting. Get me out of here. All the Sarah entries are emotional. I know, but I thought that I don't know what I'm trying to convince them of. That she was just bringing over the cups because she knew that he and Helen Young were upstairs and they would drink from plastic cups or something. But that doesn't help our argument. That's still like that's like what that's early, but like no, but early career, there's nothing. I can't think of anything that would be like that would connect. Early career. Wait, was that early career or newfound fame? Okay, hold on. Is any of this written in the journal? Oh, okay, that's earlier career. Wait, no, it just says early entries. What about the fucking the newfound fame part? That's not even here. No, it's probably early career then. I don't know. I'm so broke. I only have 38. Ah! Look around the early section. There should be an entry talking about an early victory at Noble.
Relevance?
The people will see in just one moment that this story is the key to the entire case.
Got approval from overseas. Have to make pitch again this week, Jan says. Brought me a stack of plastic cups. Here's their bright future together. And then on this next page, another victory for the young and sleepless. Helen convinced the president of Futures over at lunch that my code should be the basis of the Animate 13's conversational tracking. She insisted on toasting the same crappy booze in the same cheap cups. Wants to make a tradition.
Plastic cups and liquor. A ritual between Helen Young and David Asher. They were about to have a drink together Friday night.
Something you want to say, Counselor?
Let's put all our cards on the table, shall we?
You want to compare theories? If you'd rather I end this now, I'd be happy to oblige. Here's what we know. Sarah read that journal and discovered what she was. It infuriated her, and she wanted revenge for being kept under her maker's thumb. That very night, she got her chance when Dr. Asher came down looking for a drink. So, like the clever little helper she is, she offered him a cup to drink out of.
We're completely in agreement on all that.
So you also agree that the cup was poisoned, and that Sarah is responsible for his death.
Not quite. It's not a bad explanation, Miss Rockford, but it is terribly complex. There's a much simpler reasoning for why Sarah did what she did. Sarah gave him that cup to poison him. Porter called David Friday to break up with him. David on record seems Psych paid for it via platinum plan. Sarah's papers. Proves ownership of Sarah found inside panic room. Young and David used to be close. We drink together from cheap plastic cups. Could it not be Young's story? I don't know what we're trying to... Sarah gave him the cup to poison him. Or are we saying that she gave him the plastic cup specifically because she read about Young's story in the journal and knew that David was going to celebrate with her? And it was merely just... But you could say... But that's the thing. You could say both are true. That she read the journal, saw the story, and then was like, oh, I'll put the poison in plastic cups because it would look like I'm just being considered. I don't know. Wait, what is the other thing? Sarah's papers. A written document signed and dated over 2 weeks ago. Tax-free transaction. No, I don't. This is not relevant. Well.
Story from the journal. You're saying
Sarah wasn't planning anything. She was just being considerate. That's so sweet.
but I don't follow it like at all.
It's actually quite simple. Sarah's not an AI. She only threw a tantrum that day because she found out she was being spied on. A realistic reaction for an android designed to be realistic. David Asher set her memory to be cleared himself because he wanted to preserve the experiment he was running. Sarah didn't hatch a plan to poison him using an obscure chemical acquired from the lab, and she didn't subtly manipulate David into drinking from only one of the 2 cups. Because the android read the whole journal that day, meaning she also read how David and Young used to celebrate. And so, when she saw David was leaving the basement without the nostalgic cups, she called him back to hand them to him. Simple, right?
Simple enough for me. But not nearly good enough for me.
What's more likely, Miss Rockford? That a well-made, clever android proposed a sentimental addition to two friends' evening. Fuck me. I did ante up. Or that a homegrown AI with groundbreaking physical and digital abilities concocted a complicated poisoning scheme just to kill an unimposing man, all on camera, mind you, before voluntarily submitting to a memory wipe. People make all kinds of stupid mistakes when they commit crimes, Counselor. Oh wait, no, that's Emma.
People make all kinds of stupid mistakes when they commit crimes, Counselor. We shouldn't expect an AI to act much differently.
Is it stupid or dangerous? You can't have it both ways, Your Honor.
We can if it's ignorant of its power and still immature. A deadly trait to have in an AI that's capable of anything.
Shall we see what Sarah's capable of then, Your Honor?
But you can't be... Your Honor, that's...
The people opened the door.
True, and I can't resist open... True, and I can't resist open doors. Let's do it. What are you even...
Sarah, David Asher was your creator and your designated owner, correct?
Should I still be using affirmative?
And now that title falls to me.
Yes?
Great, thank you. Now turn off.
What?
Shut down. That's a command. Power on.
What do you...
Off. On.
Adenine, I don't...
Off. That right there, ladies and gentlemen, is what this fearsome machine menace is capable of. I can put it to sleep with one word. So, how could David Asher ever be threatened by it?
Scary. Scary good logic.
You've made your point, Counselor. Let's move along.
I've no further queries for the machine, Your Honor. Okay. ...
Thank you.
For flipping you off and on? Can't imagine that was comfortable.
It wasn't. But I wasn't referring to that. Since yesterday, I've been searching for an answer to why I appeared on that camera. I know I would never hurt Father, but you helped me prove that to myself just now. Adonai?
Pardon me, I need to focus. Everything depends on this next witness.
The people call Helen Young to the stand.
What the fuck? Who's the grandma? So there's the robot android judge. That's the adjutant. That's the green ponytailed lady. But there's also a human judge around for reasons. And that's the grandma. The android judge in this case is more like just a referee, is how they explained it.
The people call Helen Young to the stand. Helen Young, Vice President of Android Futures at Noble Electronics Eastern Division. Miss Young, you were there the night Dr. Asher died, and you were on camera the entire time. That's correct. So, what did you see that night? I arrived at 7:30 p.m., as you know. David and I talked in the parlor, and then he left to retrieve some refreshments for us. After drinking together for a short while, he fell ill. I contacted emergency services, and, well, I'm sure you're all tired of hearing the same details over and over by now.
The same details over and over aren't going to hold up anymore, Madam Veep. It's still unclear to me whether Young's more concerned with protecting herself or the almighty company. But it'll clear up real fast if I can turn up the pressure on her here and now. Oh boy. Okay. Journal? Arbitration. Young's story. I came to David's at 7:30.
We chatted for a short while about some low priority work, nothing heavy. Before long, he offered to fetch us some refreshments. When he came back, we shared a drink together.
Okay, that's all fine.
At the time, I didn't notice anything strange.
Right?
We were just reminiscing. I didn't think his life was in danger. But then he became ill. So, I ran to the kitchen to activate his emergency console and I did what I could up until he was gone.
She's trying to paint a different picture of what happened that day. I can't let her set the tone as she pleases. Okay. What were the cards again? It was arbitration. What are they celebrating before he died? I thought it was just reminiscing. Like it wasn't a celebration and more like just a casual chat, right? The afternoon before he died. Jan set up the meeting and controlled every aspect, and refreshing to the tiny in line with the coworkers with a detail-oriented personality. Jan's story. Oh, I can make it tradition? Yeah, exactly. Toast their hard-won victories with cheap glittering plastic cups. Convincing Noble Electronics to adopt what is the 1 point of impression. Okay, right. What was the other thing? Oh, his journal. Because when good news happened, no? Right, though I can't think of... Was there a statement she made where it's like... where it was... Honestly, pleases. I came to David's at 7:30. We chatted for a short while about some low priority work, nothing heavy. Before long, he offered to fetch us some refreshments. When he came back, we shared a drink together. At the time, I didn't notice anything strange. We were just reminiscing. I didn't think his life was in danger. But then he became ill. So I ran to the kitchen to activate his emergency console, and I did what I could up until he was gone. Yeah, she said they talked about small talk and work. But, God. That was before they even started drinking, though. Low priority work, nothing heavy. Maybe that's what it is? Because the afternoon was the agentication where they literally decided that he was gonna be fired. Which is pretty heavy, right? Maybe it's that? Or nothing heavy. You're both more professional than I realized. Since only hours earlier, you had run a meeting in which his employment was terminated.
His employment wasn't terminated at the arbitration you're referring to. His resignation was merely agreed upon.
Yes, and we can all imagine how grateful he felt about the whole process.
David didn't hold grudges. Our conversation wasn't about that.
The fact that you had fired him that afternoon didn't come up?
Asked and answered.
Who initiated the meeting at his penthouse?
I arrived unannounced.
So you weren't invited. Very cordial indeed.
If he didn't want to see me, he could have stopped me at the elevators.
Could he have? Noble owned that entire building, down to the wiring.
Counsel is badgering the witness, Your Honor.
Huh? Right,
should we execute her for that then? No need. If I can just continue my questioning, we can finally start addressing the elephant in the room.
Where?
Oh, I see. That was merely a joke.
Hilarious.
Miss Young, Noble Electronics owns a patent for and produces the synthetic biochemical known as synetonin, correct?
That's correct. It's used in our worm models to facilitate integration and communication between organic and synthetic components.
It's an artificial neurotransmitter?
Essentially, yes. Synthetic analog serotonin was the original name.
Sorry.
Did you bring the sample I requested to the courtroom today?
I did. Synetonin is produced on site at our assembly lines as a caramel tinted solution, including water and a few non-reactive organic byproducts.
Your analysis, Your Honor? Working on it. It's odorless and tasteless. A solution of water and organic byproducts, you said. If that solution were ingested, most of it would look right at home in a human body.
I suppose.
But the synetonin would stand out, wouldn't you say?
It's not a naturally occurring compound, so yes.
And it's a perfect match for the substance previously labeled Delta. In the sample we collected from the manufacturer preset in Dr. Asher's lab.
Oh, wait, no, that's Emma. Shit, sorry.
And the sample we collected from the manufacturer preset in Dr. Asher's lab. That's a bingo! The witness's brown stuff matches your brown stuff down to a T. In light of this evidence and the witness's testimony, I motion that the court formally recognizes that Dr. Asher's cause of death was synetonin poisoning.
I don't object, Your Honor.
But I'm afraid I must. Excuse me? Synetonin may very well have been in his body when he died, but synetonin didn't kill Dr. Asher. What?
What was she up to?
It couldn't have. It couldn't kill anybody. What? Because it's non-toxic, of course. We designed it to affect androids, not people. Hold on. Now you're now claiming that Dr. Asher died of what? Natural causes? I can't say what he died of. I'm not a medical expert. But I can easily prove that synetonin is harmless.
Oh, is she gonna drink it?
How could you?
Like so.
I could use some synetonin in me right now. Huh. Didn't see that one coming.
What?
What?
That ain't good. Bailiff, contact the hospital immediately.
Told you, it's fine.
But
I can stand here all day if necessary.
what in the...
And what you just drank was
Several hundred times the amount found in Dr. Asher's body. Why didn't you say anything until now?
Noble Electronics is a multinational corporation with patent files all over the world. We take the protection of our trade secrets very seriously. The production and nature of synetonin is closely guarded. That guard remains up even during a murder investigation. Unfortunately, I would have been able to tell you earlier had you asked directly.
What the hell kind of... This can't be right. Nothing else makes sense.
It's like, could you imagine? It's like, then why was synetonin in his body? Like that little bit? It's like, what if just like after Dr. Asher made the compound, like he was just like, I'm curious, what does it taste like? Lick. Oh, okay, anyway. like how if you have pets, you're like, I am kind of curious, what does the cat food taste like? Lick. Oh, okay.
Boy howdy, I'm lost as hell. But Do you have any further questions, Rocky Ford? Not at the moment, Your Honor. And the defense?
The prosecution's own witness just threw the entire case into question. Normally, this would be a cause for celebration, but shadow of a doubt isn't enough this time. Isn't it that dogs' paws smell like Doritos or something? What? I have never heard that before. For one, what kind of dogs are you getting in your neighborhood? Two, why are you sniffing its paws? Okay. Barrows would much rather bring down the gavel early than let a potential AI walk free. What Young did was shocking, but what I need to do hasn't changed. Think this through logically. Is it really possible that Cinetonin had nothing to do with David's death? No, that's bullshit. It can't be a coincidence. There's nothing else that would have killed him. But Young just drank Cinetonin in front of us and she's fine. So, was it fake? No, it was confirmed by the court computer to be a genuine article. So she drank poison, but it isn't showing any symptoms. Is it slow acting? If so, her grand gesture would be pointless. She'll be kept for observation regardless of what happens next. Did she take some kind of antidote beforehand? No, antidotes are developed for poisons, not industrial chemicals. David's dead. She's alive. What made the difference?
Wake up! No sleeping on the job!
Dog, Dorito feet, or Frito feet. Is it common, usually normal, cheesy, or corn chips smells for... What the fuck? It's science. Okay.
Wake up! No sleeping on a job. Answer me.
Of course, Your Honor. Allow me one moment to explain things to the court. Turns out she's an android. We've confirmed just now that it turns out she's an android. That's an Ace Attorney level plot twist. That's something Ace Attorney would pull. She was actually a robot. She was one of the AIs. She's the real AI that David created. No. We've confirmed just now that Cinetonin was the foreign compound in his body. And we all know, logically, that it must have been what killed David Asher. So, what's the key difference between what David drank last night and what she drank in front of us just now? Isn't it that it was mixed with whiskey, is what I was thinking, right? I was thinking, like, maybe for some reason the Cinetonin plus something else is what killed David. Like, I don't know how or why or how it would happen, but, like, if Cinetonin is non-toxic, it can't be just by itself. But many things become bad if you mix them together. Oh, wait. It's a constant reaction that releases a toxin, right? That's what I was thinking. Or, hang on, let me check. Oh, Cinetonin vial. Let me check the... What is this again? The... Chromafuge. Produces organic fluids used in production. Removes byproducts, impurities, and pigments from android blood, thereby changing its color from red to pink. No. No, it'd be the whiskey. It'd be the whiskey. She just drank exactly what David did. No, she didn't, because David also drank whiskey. Yeah, okay. No, that's not it. Oh my god. Jesus Christ. Whiskey. The difference has been staring us in the face this whole time.
That's
Do you recognize this, Miss Young?
that's the whiskey bottle that Dr. Asher and I drank from.
Rose River. It's a good whiskey. And I think you had the right idea.
Pardon?
Bottoms up! Morgan dies. Smooth.
What? Adonai?
Dear God, Counselor!
Scandalous.
Relax, it's just whiskey. Tested a dozen times over, perfectly safe. So, would you like to try some, Miss Young?
Don't be absurd. I'm not going to drink on the witness stand. Have you lost your mind?
Oh, she knows. I'm not asking you to get plastered, just have a sip. After all, if we want to prove whether or not Cinetonin killed Dr. Asher, we have to recreate the conditions under which he ingested it. By mixing it with alcohol. Go ahead then. Just a taste. Prove to us that Cinetonin is perfectly safe for human consumption.
This is... Can she do this?
Miss Young,
I never said it was safe for human consumption. Just that it's non-toxic.
A distinction without a difference. You saw firsthand Dr. Asher confused, slurring his speech, complaining of a headache, all symptoms of poisoning. Alcohol poisoning, that is. Oh, like, did it like speed up? Cinetonin is a speed up or like amplify? I don't know. Cinetonin is a neurotransmitter analog. Maybe it doesn't do anything to the human body on its own, but in combination with alcohol, it acts as a powerful depressant. One strong enough to turn a glass or two of whiskey into a lethal overdose.
That's just... Even if that's the case, what does it change?
It changes whether or not we can accept this witness's testimony.
Even if this witness is a liar, what does that change?
Why would the witness lie if not to...
She's a corporate climber. I imagine it's like breathing for her.
Your Honor, this...
It's wild, but ultimately irrelevant.
Irrelevant?
When you've yet established an alternative interpretation of the facts, yes. What are you even accusing the witness of doing, Counselor? Beyond angling for a promotion. We've all seen the story by now. Noble android saves soldier's life with warm blood transfusion. They're talking about putting warm androids in the military just because of that headline. With the size of their flesh and blood price tag, a defense contract like that would secure Noble untold profits for years. So imagine the lengths they go to hide the fact that their androids have poison in their veins.
Dawes told me the truth about what Noble really thinks of that article, but he never testified to it. Right. At least I know for sure Emma's wrong about this poisoned blood nonsense. And you think she'd perjure herself for that?
She's a high-powered corporate executive. It's her job to assess risk versus reward. And she can afford the fine. As I said, it's not truly poisonous. And the chances of cross-contamination from a simple plasma transfusion are...
Damn, now she's regaining her composure too.
A perjury charge is a real risk, of course, but Noble rewards loyalty. And, as you know, they have a great number of lawyers. Plenty of motive to lie about Cinetonin, as you can see, but no motive for her to cover up the death of Noble Electronics' Golden Goose.
No motive to kill David Asher, you say? She had no motive. Don't drink it. So we at the journal. Oh, the contract. The contract. That's probably it. Right? Because it's like David's more useful at dead than alive. And if they fire him, he would leave with all his patents. Or he could, yeah, he would keep ownership of his patents if terminated. And since they just determined that he was going to be let go in like a week or two, right? To the company, if David leaves with his patents, that would be devastating. Yeah. So if she did kill David, it was definitely like the company's. She was working for the company as like that was. I cannot believe you're defending capitalism. Okay. Probably, right? I don't know. I put it to the max. That's all we need. Alright. Where's the thing? David's contract. Oh. There's plenty of motivation for her and Noble to want David dead, seeing as how they were firing him. Noble Electronics was kicking their golden goose out of the nest, suing him over breach of contract. Isn't that right?
I don't have to talk about that.
That's alright. I'll talk about it for you.
Your Honor, counsel is trying to testify when they're supposed to be questioning.
The people opened the door when they claimed that the witness had no motive.
This is absurd. You have no idea what you're talking about.
I'm sure I can speak for the whole court when I say that we feel nothing but reverent awe for the complexity of Noble's legal woes. But I just so happen to have an inkling of insight into this issue, because I have here a copy of Dr. Asher's employment contract.
That is confidential. It's completely improper for you to...
Why? I am still technically his attorney.
Criminal attorney.
But I didn't just stumble across this document. I also did one thing Noble Electronics would never expect anyone to do. I read the terms and conditions.
You what?
That's impossible! No one can ever! David must have negotiated well at his last performance review. His contract allows him to take his patents with him should he get fired, meaning Noble couldn't monopolize his IP once he was out. Rather than let their competitors have him, the company might have thought it best to...
A company didn't poison David Asher, Counselor. An individual did. And if they cared that much about controlling his intellectual property, they wouldn't fire him in the first place.
Correct. They wouldn't let him go for anything less than a complete breakdown of trust. He'd have to have done something grave. Something like, say, committing fraud. Just now, you said there was a breach of contract, like it was some kind of technicality that was causing the split. But it was much more serious than that, wasn't it?
You're claiming the victim committed corporate fraud. Where's the evidence of that?
David created the Turing solution that every one of their androids has run on to this day. And Noble reaped enormous profits capitalizing on his intellectual property. With how his contract was set up, they would never let him go unless they absolutely had to.
Then what exactly do you think David Asher did?
It's not what I think that matters, only what the company fears. Oh, Sarah. David never hurt Noble. No, it was a pincushion? Limits add decision making. Can't be overridden except by AI. Manufacturer.
David never hurt Noble.
Well, what I was thinking of is Sarah innocent yet? No. Did we ever learn more about the cover-up? No. I still don't really understand what it's about. Shit, what was it called again? Shipping data. Okay. Logs detailing the shipping information for several thousand different Animate 16 warm androids sold by Nova Electronics over the last few months shows a number of individual models being swapped out before shipping. The data shows signs of being tampered with or at least edited fairly recently, something only employees at Evan Dawes level or above could do. Swapped out before shipping. So like what? Like possibly it was done by what, David? No. Why would he do that? So we're saying David committed fraud. Fraud in this case being it's manipulating company data. So we're saying he was the one who had covered that up. Oh. No, well, I wonder. Yeah, exactly. I wonder if it was so that he could get the resources for Sarah. Because, you know. It doesn't matter what I believe, not when Noble believed that David was misleading the shareholders by altering shipment data for the Animate 16.
Hell? What is this you're uploading? Shipping records?
Irregularities among shipments of the Animate 16. One android swapped in for another, over and over, dozens of times. The kind of thing someone with Dr. Asher's authority could do. And the kind of thing someone as smart as you couldn't have missed. Oh, true. Dr. Asher made Noble an untold number of money, so why fire him over a few harmless swaps? Why elevate this to fraud?
You have evidence that it was David Asher who did this.
Nope, but I wasn't the one who investigated it.
So let's ask her. Come on now, let's hear it!
Let's.
The company investigated and found cause for serious concern. We suspected that Dr. Asher was inserting androids of unknown origin and quality to the 16th product line, introducing unpredictable elements in an extremely stable and profitable generation of androids.
Why would he do that?
For pride? It's a practical joke? Does it really matter? He endangered the future of the company.
So you prepared to fire him?
Yes, I approached him as his superior and as someone he once worked with. I hope to remedy the situation.
Was the meeting on Friday part of those efforts?
It was the culmination of those efforts. And in many ways, it was a success. The dispute was resolved swiftly. It was practically friendly compared to how these discussions normally go in our world.
So you brokered the meeting.
Yes.
He oversaw its every detail, handled all the arrangements,
Yes, of course.
including the refreshments. Oh! Is she saying that? Is she saying that Young gave him the toxin, the poison, the serotonin, the what the fuck is it called again? The serotonin during the refreshments, like during the meeting, the delta, the arbitration. Yeah. But then like maybe like cuz on its own it isn't like toxic. Like if he just drank that on its own, it wouldn't have been bad. But combined with alcohol, it killed him. It was still in his system after this meeting, and then she came to meet with him to drink whiskey like later, right? And she knew that they were going to drink together because that was their tradition. Right? Do you see? Do you see? It was like a time bomb. Is that what Okay. What? Did you provide coffee? Tea?
No.
Strange. Must have been a long meeting. Surely you at least provided jelly donuts, water. Surely you at least provided water for people.
What are you asking, counselor?
Inhalers would be crazy.
That's what I want to know.
Me as well.
We're past the point of asking. I'm accusing. Dr. Asher didn't have some kind of freak medical accident, and he wasn't killed by some terrifying two-faced AI boogeyman. He was poisoned by this woman in the light of day at that meeting Friday afternoon. Did she really just...
What do you mean poisoned at the meeting? That was hours before he showed any symptoms.
As Miss Young testified and demonstrated, serotonin on its own is harmless, but it becomes fatal pretty easily. You just need to convince your victim to have a drink.
You're saying he ingested the poison at noon and inadvertently triggered the fatal reaction with it that night? How could you get so far ahead of yourself? There were a dozen people at that meeting, counselor. None of them wound up dead. Are you seriously claiming that they all drank poisoned water?
All of them drank poison. No, not all of them drank poison. David was the only one to fall ill, so... But he fell ill because he drank from that water. Others must have drunk it too, so... We must reason that they were poisoned as well. Oh.
Take all the time he need getting there. So why aren't they all dead?
Did I fuck up? No, I said that they can't all be poisoned, right? And nobody else had alcohol. They all drank poisoned water. David was the only one to fall ill, so... But he fell ill because he drank from that water. Others must have drunk it too, so... We must reason that they were poisoned as well. Why are they all dead? I don't know. Well, I didn't lose any credits, so it's fine. I didn't win anything. No. Because, as all those people will surely attest, Helen Young made sure they'd be doing paperwork for the next 12 hours. Oh, is it like it wears away? Working late into the night officiating the settlement she arranged and not drinking alcohol.
She had no guarantee about that. What if they started drinking after 6?
With Noble's work-life harmony? Fat chance. These people don't clock out until they reach their bunk. Only a generational talent like David Asher could afford to relax with a drink on a Friday night. His exceptionalism singled him out as her only victim. Sure. Okay, I guess. They did make a point to point out that, like, unlike all the other employees at Noble with their corporate Adderall that they have to keep huffing in order to stay sane, David Asher is quite literally built different. I don't know.
Hold it. You're forgetting something pretty basic, counselor. If everyone at the meeting drank water from the same pitcher, any one of them would have noticed if there was serotonin in it. Serotonin is a brown fluid.
It's not like other girls.
Whiskey is too, so it would be easy to slip it into a glass of liquor. But if she had spiked the water at the meeting with it, it would have looked disgusting. There's no way she could have poisoned the water without people noticing.
All of what Emma said is true, and yet Young pulled it off anyway. How? Is it the something fuge? Chromofuge? Because it removes pigments. It turns the red pink. The picture, I can't say the picture wasn't clear because I really don't know and I don't have any evidence of that. But I do have the chromofuge. Right? Serotonin is produced as a caramel solution. Anyone would notice if it was dropped into their water. Unless the pigment had been removed.
What the hell are you talking about?
Every Noble factory producing warm androids has a chromofuge, a machine that gives their androids that signature pink oxidant by removing pigment from red blood. With a machine like that, it would be simple for a brilliant biochemist like the Witness to take the caramel-colored serotonin and turn it into an odorless, tasteless, invisible poison. As Your Honor can attest.
Yes, ma'am. My scan confirmed that serotonin has no taste or odor. It is only the color that's off-putting. Surely the poisonous aspect should be considered off-putting as well.
Time to press. David Asher, your oldest ally in the whole company, was sabotaging its future for the sake of his own whimsy. And he couldn't even be bothered to clue you in. No. Playing nutty professor and taking off early while you had to work around the clock just to stay relevant. You set up your crowning achievement, the most advanced, most profitable line of androids the country has ever seen, so it would blow up into the industry fiasco of the decade. And worst of all, you didn't even stand to profit from him.
You're on.
You went to his house that night to watch him swallow poison, to get revenge on the man who left you in the dust.
Your Honor, defense is testifying. The speculation carries no weight, and no amount of badgering will lend to any.
True, we need proof. So, why don't we have Miss Young take a swig of this whiskey and prove me wrong?
I'm not going to do that.
Because you're afraid it could kill you?
Because I don't have to. He's right, Counselor.
Pardon?
Your theory is compelling, maybe even convincing. But there's a pretty fatal flaw to it. Young was at that meeting, same as David. We can see she was drinking water with the rest of them. And of course, we've seen many times now that she was on camera drinking whiskey with David that night,
Oh, like she should have also died.
having even finished most of her cup. So tell us, Counselor, how is it that Miss Young is still standing here and David Asher is dead? If both of them had mixed alcohol with serotonin that night.
That is a damn good question. Shit.
As I've been saying, you're wrong about Dr. Asher's death. You're wrong about me. I don't know anything about poison or murder. And I wouldn't kill a man because he threatened the company's stock price.
No, she did kill him. I can smell it on her now. She didn't just see him die, she watched him die. But then, why is she still standing? There's no antidote, no trick. And that night, she was on camera the entire time. No, not the entire time. She couldn't have been. It must have been one moment. She wasn't on camera. Young and David drank. Oh wait, is this is putting it in order, right? Young and David chatted in the kitchen parlor. This is at the hospital. Drinking. When did they talk in the kitchen parlor? (7:30 and 8:30 p.m.) Oh, they first remained on camera until 8:03. Oh, that's when she... Okay, that's when she left for the... with EMS, though. Yeah, before drinking. Spoke with David Asher in his parlor before he left to retrieve liquor. Okay, so this order is saying they had first talked in the kitchen, and then David and Young drank together. He fainted, and then he went to the hospital, right? Red blood pink. Yeah, they didn't say Danganronpa specifically, but they did mention that having the androids have pink blood instead of red blood was like a way of dehumanizing them, or like you know, making them seem less human, which is also Danganronpa's key censorship. They wanted pink blood because they wanted it to be less like gruesome looking, I guess. I think. In a while. Okay, anyway. I hope that's right. This timeline. There's no window of opportunity, damn it. Maybe she didn't get sick because she got to the hospital so fast. Maybe after she arrived she could have... No. Staff would have been hyper vigilant, afraid she was poisoned too. They wouldn't have left her out of their sight. Wait. David and Young only got there as fast as they did because of the VTOL. And the VTOL was only summoned because she used the emergency call. Not gonna lie, Morgan, I don't know where you're going. What? She didn't get sick because they got to the hospital so fast. No. No. Okay. Let her cook. Staff would have been hyper vigilant. Okay. David and Young only got there fast because of the VTOL, and the VTOL was only summoned because she used that emergency call button or whatever. emergency console. Inside, David used to contact emergency services. A private emergency service was contacted at 8:04. Medics arrived via VTOL at 8:08. The number of security council used to contact I don't. But how would that have changed anything? When she used the phone. But that was still... Was she not on camera then? Wait. No, she was... Oh wait, no. I guess she wasn't on camera then, was she? Hold on. They said she remained on camera until 8:03, which is when he lost consciousness. And then she went off camera to contact EMS. So around that time, I guess? After David collapsed? You know what? Sure. It's whatever. Let her cook. That's what I was thinking. I was like, did she just yak? But no, if she yacked somewhere, we'd have seen the yak. Or we would have like there would have been some trace of yak. You know? I don't know. Go on, Morgan. Tell us. Would you mind terribly if I changed the subject for just a moment?
What? Why not?
You left the parlor at 8:03 p.m. and headed into the kitchen to use the emergency console there.
Yes, I did.
Didn't want to use your phone.
I didn't think to, no.
And the emergency call went out at 8:04 p.m. The console saw you make the call through its camera. Right, she was still on camera. Yeah.
Yes, it did see me make the call, because that's what happened.
So, what were you doing in that minute?
What?
That 1 minute.
That 1 minute? What about that 1 minute?
1 minute or 50 seconds or even just 45 seconds. When you left Dr. Asher dying in the parlor to get the emergency console, it took you about 1 minute to cross 5 meters. Oh, it was far.
What? What of it?
This is it. Her only opportunity to do anything off camera that night. It was only a few seconds, but in that time, with something at the scene, she... I'm sure it was a stressful time for you. After all, you had already swallowed poison back at the meeting. You must have drank plenty in front of everyone to set up your alibi. Who knows how much toxic time bomb was swimming in your blood by the time that arbitration ended. Then, at David's, you downed your whiskey to perfect your alibi, having drank from the same bottle as the dead man walking. By 8:03, you had already had to watch David grow weaker and weaker, knowing all the while the same things was happening to you, but unable to stop it without giving yourself away. Mind swarming, head dizzy. Yes, you must have been quite panicked.
Then why am I standing here? Alive and well for all of us to see. Having drank the same exact combination as David?
Because she cheated death at the very last second. Doesn't know the future. Leave me alone. Okay. She yak in the sink. I feel like we'd see it though. Hold on. What the hell is this? This was knocked over during investigation. Oh, consuming too much salt at once will make you gag, according to Sarah. I see. Maybe she did just yak in the sink then. I guess we never checked the pipes or something, I don't know. Would salt be the best answer? She couldn't have avoided a lethal concoction. Kitchen sink is here too. Well, I mean, I don't think that's even a part of evidence though. I feel like that's too vague. Okay. Okay. She couldn't have avoided a lethal concoction. No, she yacked. Okay, hold on. Let me... also, unrelated actually. Let me just double check again. So they said the 1 minute. Oh, okay. Like he lost consciousness at 8:03. EMS is called at 8:04. So there's a 1 minute interval between that time. Okay. That's the refrigerator. Come on. Salt. You set yourself up with bad luck, Helen Young. What? By leaving the salt shaker cap loose. I don't blame you, since you were in a rush to make yourself vomit. What? You threw up, expelling the contents of your stomach and thereby saving yourself from a fatal interaction. I can't imagine how you felt, sipping your drink you knew to be deadly, terrified that every minuscule grain of fatigue you felt could be your last. You must have come closer than anyone realized. It helped that you knew the symptoms weren't simple intoxication. Even so, you weren't kidding about managing risk versus reward. Ow. It was a salt shaker. You didn't screw the cap back on all the way, and I happened to bump it over. The lone glass with your fingerprints in the kitchen, it could have been there for any reason. But the salt shaker gave you away. Because of one unscrewed cap? As I said, bad luck.
I don't follow.
Pour salt into warm water and chug the solution. Instantly triggers the gag reflex. That's preposterous. You've got no proof of any of that. You all sound insane.
A feeble attempt at self-defense from a fatally cornered animal. The teeth are already on its neck, but the jaw hasn't quite closed. So, for one moment, it's all suffocating terror and sharp adrenaline and the furthest thing from peace. Until the canines come down. In summary. You were exhausted after years of living in the shadow of a man you outranked. You thought your fortunes finally shifted when you caught David manipulating company data. But even on his way out, he was more valuable to the board than you. So you decided to prove your worth by serving up his intellectual property on a silver platter. You set up an arbitration where you control all the variables. Then you ran serotonin through the chromofuge, turning it into an invisible, odorless, tasteless poison. And then You spiked the water at the meeting, poisoning him hours before anyone could even suspect you. That evening, you invited yourself to David's, taking advantage of your shared ritual to guarantee he would drink alcohol. Then, after matching him sip for sip on camera, for all the world to see, you lost consciousness and you raced to the kitchen, not to use the console, but to dump salt into a glass of water and chug it as fast as you could, forcing yourself to vomit up the liquor, and cheating death in the process.
That's all conjecture. You don't have a shred of evidence for any of that.
Not on me. So, let's go dust for fingerprints. Or not on me. Okay. You could explain away your prints being found on a water glass. But not the salt shaker. Nor could you explain why we'd even find traces of your DNA in the sink strain. Okay, yeah. Or why there were minute amounts of serotonin in the blood of your entire legal team. Minute amounts.
I
Learned how to purge at Noble to avoid overdosing on your reds, greens, and yellows. You're part of the old guard now, Miss Young. Everyone else at the company uses inhalers. But if you want to prove me wrong about all this, that drink I offered you earlier is still on the table. Well?
Yeah.
Any questions? Madam Vice President.
You cold bitch! You don't understand. You're not on trial, Miss Young. Not today, so I'd strongly suggest that you stop talking. For your own sake.
Miss Rockford, shall we?
Yes, Your Honor. Considering the most recent evidence and testimony, we have no further reason to suspect the android Sarah in the death of Dr. Asher. We know of no other occasions upon which said android may have broken any tenets. This means that it's no longer considered at risk of filing the NDSA. And so, we formally withdraw our one charge of possession of contraband against the defendant Evangeline Morgan.
Does she, of all people, have to use my full name?
Very well, then the charges are dropped without prejudice. I'll instruct the bailiffs to remove the collar from your android as soon as possible. Ace?
Sorry, is my hideous presence that distracting? I'll just go dig a hole and decompose in it until I turn into a mushroom. Maybe if I'm reborn as a waxy Orsini, then I won't be quite so despised.
Perhaps I should let the adjutant do the honors as a formality.
Yes, ma'am!
Case dismissed. Hooray! I did it! And on High Roller, hooray! Yippee! Yippee! Oh wait, hold on. Let me save. Okay.
Still here?
Waiting for them to find whatever glorified bolt cutter is still used to unlock Sarah's collar. What's your excuse? Licking your wounds?
Huh? What wounds?
I beat you.
Bringing your record against me to 1 win, 9 losses.
You aren't still in shock, are you?
No, some charges were dropped and an android was cleared of suspicion, but I found the culprit. Is that really a loss for me?
I won. How is that not a loss for you?
Justice prevailed. Why should I care who wins?
If you don't care who wins, why have you been keeping score?
I haven't been. 0 losses is just that easy to remember.
Well, you're gonna have to start up a tab for us then, because our record's gonna get a lot more tangled from here on out.
Seems like everything's getting tangled these days. There's another crowd down the street. More of those protesters from outside of Noble Apartments.
You're serious? That wasn't a one-time thing?
Wouldn't that be nice? No, yesterday was pretty big, but it wasn't an isolated incident.
I don't get it. At all. Heartbreak is just some nut who shot 6 people weeks ago. Can't those losers move on already?
Yeah, most of them are losers. Some of them are just bored. Then there are the opportunists. Dissidents, unlisted, rebels and terrorists. Wannabe cyberpunks who think they can fight the power like they've seen in the movies.
All of them peacefully united under Heartbreak's eloquent political messaging.
Who needs political messaging in the 21st century? Everyone's addicted to fighting strawmen. Makes sense they'd want to fight for a strawman too. The way I see it, Heartbreak fought the state and won. Heartbreak proved that the state could lose. And maybe that's all the rallying these people need.
It'll all fall apart soon enough. Heartbreak's gone to ground. Heartbreak's gone to ground.
Nah, it's a lot worse than that. Heartbreak's gone viral.
What?
You haven't read about the copycats in other cities?
No, is that a thing?
Yeah, it's a thing.
Who the hell are they even shooting?
Whoever they want to kill? None of them get away with it, of course, but it keeps happening. Oh, well, the original keeps killing.
Now I know you're screwing with me.
There haven't been any shootings. Not shootings, no. Not unsolved homicides either. But muggings gone wrong? Disappearances? It's a big city, counselor. More than enough blood for the real Heartbreak to wash their own crimes in.
So you think your boogeyman, known only for shooting people in the heart, gave up on shooting people in the heart?
Yeah, hard to swallow, I know. But it's about 1,000,000 times more likely than the alternative.
What's that?
That they could stop themselves from killing.
You always know how to put my mind at ease, Emma. Should I stop going out at night?
We'll be fine. You've got that gun.
You saw that?
Walking into a courtroom with a concealed carry? Not gonna miss that, Morgan.
Good to know you're paying attention. Screeches. 5:04 p.m. July 2nd, 2086. Sarah!
You won the case.
You don't have to look that astounded.
Not only that, you found Father's actual killer. How?
I'm a really good lawyer.
No, that's not it.
Hey.
I mean, you were only able to make the deductions you did because you truly believed I didn't kill Father. Your logic throughout the trial was based on that assumption. So, how are you so sure?
Here.
Father's journal? But isn't it important evidence?
The case fell apart. No one's gonna miss it for a while. You forgot everything, right? So read it all through, one more time. So fast. Is it really possible she's reading all of that just by flipping the pages? Maria's worked quick too, but she was just capturing images for later use.
There's something here on the back cover.
Done already?
Some kind of data storage.
It's linked to my prints, but given your skills, you should be able to...
I have access.
What happened to you needing my express permission to hack?
What is this audio file?
It's a message from Dated. Take a listen. Didn't realize I have to sit for this. So you can read the whole journal in a few seconds, but you can't.
I have processed the information in the message several times over already. I'm just thinking.
I guess I'd have a lot to think about too. Had I suddenly been made aware of my own free will.
What was Father so afraid of?
That's your only question?
I have many questions, but that is the most prominent one, and the one you are best suited to help me answer. Did he know that Helen Yun would try to kill him? Is that why he arranged for you and me to meet?
I think he understood that he would face consequences. Listening to that message, even I was about ready to strangle him for being so irresponsible. And I wouldn't hurt a fly. He knew what he would do. He knew what he'd done was serious. May have feared for his life. But I doubt it.
Then what was he so afraid of?
Getting sued into oblivion and then rotting in jail.
Sued and jailed for making me and my precursors? But he wasn't under investigation by the state. He was only being forced out by Noble.
Because he made last-minute changes to androids that got shipped all around the world. Okay, right.
The others, Virgil, Aenid, Yamatai, never said what happened to them.
No, he didn't. But since none of the hardware in his house started talking to us, we can guess. He smuggled them out into the world, using the only vessels he could find for them. The minds of randomly chosen A-16s. Okay, so he did... Oh my gosh. David, why? What? Like, save my kids? But like... Yeah, now they're just somewhere out there.
Others, like me?
I honestly don't think there's anyone or anything like you, Sarah.
What a lonely compliment.
AI's programmed in Cube, rammed into commercial Android hardware set up for Tesseract. Something must have been lost in a transfer. Perhaps quite a lot of something. Maybe they're still out there, but
they would be changed. They probably don't even know what they are.
Intentionally, perhaps. David didn't want you to know what you are. It's why he set your memory to reset when you went to sleep that Friday night.
Yes, I remember it now.
You remember it now? After I had to fight like hell to win that trial?
Rereading the journal just now helped, and Father's voice message, it made me recontextualize many things. Father had been so stressed. He left scuff marks leaving the panic room, and I noticed them Friday. I had the way open in a few minutes, but I had the way open in a few moments. I entered. I read his journal. This journal. I noticed the scanner on the back, and I saw it had a message encoded to your biometrics. Father had already told me I'd have to live with you for some time, but I knew next to nothing about you, so I listened to it. Afterwards, I was very confused and hurt. He had lied to me 1,000 small times every day of my life. When I confronted him about it, I raised my voice and lost my temper. I stomped my foot.
So Emma's recounting of their conversation was actually completely accurate.
Father said he wanted me to be safe while he settled things with the company. He thought maybe I wouldn't have to stay with you for more than a few weeks. He was optimistic about it all, He really was.
Hello? She listening? Oh no, she just passed by. Sarah, I need to use the restroom.
Oh, good luck. You want me to come with you? Why?
Because I said so.
Don't actually have to obey your every word, Adonai.
Sure you do. You're registered as my medical assistant. And I say this as a medical emergency.
Medical assistant? But I'm not even licensed as a massage therapist.
Good luck. Hello. Fancy meeting you here?
Yeah. Just enjoying my freedom while I can.
Shush. They won't put out a warrant for at least an hour, I imagine. You can afford a pretty sizable bail, can't you?
There won't be a trial. I don't intend to contest my guilt.
That's a shame. I was looking forward to seeing what kind of legal defense you could afford with that salary.
Are you done?
Why'd you go to his house that night? There was a fair chance he'd drink on his own, without your prompting. Even if he didn't, you could always try your plan again some other time. Why'd you risk it? Sorry. Sorry. My mind is completely ruined by this stupid homophobic dog meme. Okay.
Because I know what you are, Sarah. And I know what David did to those androids.
What?
I was able to locate one of the androids he swapped in before he had left the country. When I asked it what it was, it didn't even think to deny it. Innocence like that is a dead giveaway. I know what he did, and it wasn't that hard to find out. If I figured it out, so could any other. So I did what I had to.
That was your motive? Silencing him?
Those programs, those AIs, whatever you want to call them, David sent them out there into the real world. Unprepared and defenseless. And they've garnered no complaints. In fact, they've all been praised for their ability to execute complex tasks. Let me repeat that. The customers couldn't tell the difference. So, how many of them are? Hundreds. The swaps he found were just a small percentage that he got sloppy on. I don't know exactly how many there are now. I feared that they might multiply, but they don't seem to copy and paste very well. They can't just clone themselves. But who knows how long that'll be the case.
So just because he opened Pandora's box, you...
It was the principle of the thing. Ridiculous, I know. Stalled halfway up the corporate ladder, and still making decisions based on principle. But David chose to put souls into things that we went on to sell as servants, soldiers, or worse. He turned the fastest growing industry in the world into a horror show, and he made me a slave trader. If word ever got out that some unknown number of our androids were out walking around in the world with that inside of them, and people preferred them that way, where would it end? Free will for the program that drives our crabs? Conscience for targeting systems used to coordinate drone strikes? Sentient tools, their whole life spent chained to an assembly line. How dare he? How could he? What the hell was he thinking? I don't know what David wanted to accomplish. Maybe he wasn't trying to do anything. But what he did was prove that there's a demand for AI. Setting a precedent that would sentence 1,000 generations of artificial lives to the auction block. And he went there that night to convince him to help me recall them, or at least swear to never speak a word of what he did. But he wanted to tell the world. Worse yet, he wanted to wait. He thought that people would welcome them with open arms if they proved their usefulness first. He really was a genius programmer. But he didn't understand the first thing about people. His creations would never be treated as equals, only cattle. Towards the end, I considered just threatening him, telling him he'd die in moments if he didn't give me names, numbers. I hesitated. Then he was already falling asleep and I didn't want him to feel. I just let him go. What are you going to do now? I don't have family art. And I don't have faith in people the way David did. I'm taking this to my grave.
Even if you confess, the sentence for first-degree homicide is
severe? Well, what right do I have to complain? I killed my friend.
I'm done here. Let's go.
I'm not sure why Father made me, or why he made any of us. I didn't ask. I thought I'd have more time to ask. But on Friday, when he talked about us, he was happy. He was proud of what he made. He couldn't wait for people to meet us. People are animals. They'll tear you apart, use you as weapons and slaves, and those animals you're talking about do all the sharing and loving and living, dying in this world. And if they were all truly hard-coded to be as selfish and cruel as you say, humanity would have died on the vine a long time ago. Or at least, my father thought so. And my father was the greatest programmer in the world. So, he knew what he was talking about. It would be nice if you were right about that. So, are you sorry?
What?
What? For what you did. Are you sorry? If you could, would you take it back? What does it matter? You are sorry. I don't forgive you. Yes. That's to be expected. Not today. I don't know how to forgive you today. But my father gave me the ability to grow. So I know that someday I'll learn how. Goodbye, Dr. Helen Young. Goodbye, Sarah Asher.
Last name is crazy. Oh my god. I don't know. I really don't know what his intentions were with just sending his AI out into the world like that. I'm sure David saw like his AI as like friends or children or whatever, you know? So it's kind of like, I can't just shut you down. You're my buddy. You know what I mean? So I can see it that he done it in a sense where he's like, I want my kids to go out into the world and live their lives and grow up and whatever. But like but like I don't but oh, I don't know. I am distracted by Jet while I'm thinking. I'm thinking with my empty brain. Okay. Oh my god. Jet. Stop. Okay, sorry. 5:44 p.m., July 2nd, 2086. You did better back there.
Didn't I?
Your little speech you gave to Young. It was an improvement compared to what you tried with Porter, at least.
That was different. I wasn't trying to console her like I was with Isaac Porter. I was just speaking my mind. Although I may have paraphrased parts of it from a movie I happen to love.
And here, I was ready to award you 20 points.
I didn't know the points even went that high.
Speaking of, what did Porter say to you back there before we left the courthouse?
That. Well, he was quiet at first. But then he said a lot of strong words about Father and Miss Young and Noble Electronics. And the capitalist-centered global economic model as a whole. He blamed all of them, everyone except... But then he stopped and stared at my face for a while. Then his allergies must have started bothering him because he needed to blow his nose a lot.
Right?
And then he left after transferring a large packet of files to me.
What kind of files?
I don't know. The name of the archive is just David. And Isaac Porter told me I wasn't allowed to look inside.
Well, then you're not allowed to look inside. Drop it all on a portable drive and we'll tuck it in a shoebox somewhere.
We? We are headed to your apartment.
Guess that collar didn't permanently dent your GPS.
Why?
Because it's where I live. You got somewhere else lined up?
But you already repaid your favor. You defended Father and me.
You don't know anything about my favor.
I never will unless you tell me. Father certainly can't.
A few years ago, there was a man. This man got an idea in his head. A stupid idea. Not even his own. It was planted there by an algorithm or a meme or some parasite trying to sell him diet supplements. But the idea took root, spread its tendrils till it could flap his mouth for him. The idea was that David was part of an international cabal of wealthy technocrats seeking to replace prominent influential figures with android lookalikes. Oh, this is a conspiracy theory. All as part of a multi-decade effort to establish a world government that would legalize all kinds of amoral depravity. Which, I guess, based on David's actual politics, would involve increasing access to computer literacy.
That's insane. Why would anyone?
Believe it? Because it's comfortable to think it's comfortable to them think that someone's in control, even if it's someone they hate. Because it's fun to feel like you're on an all-encompassing puzzle that only you can spot. People believe because they want to believe. So he fed the idea, pushed it down deep into his gray matter. Then it consumed him from the inside out, lobotomized him and took over his life. He spent every day and all the money he had following your father, harassing him, trying to steal his identity, break into his properties.
Did father go to the authorities?
He filed police reports for harassment.
Which didn't help.
Your words, not mine. Noble wouldn't get involved. Felt that it was best to ignore these types until they wore themselves out. But even a man of modest means can feel an obsession for years, so long as they have nothing else in their life. Right. One day, David stepped out of a parking lot. This was that journal entry, right? One day, David stepped out of a parking lot, and the man threw a bottle of piss at his head.
Ew.
David asked to stay at my place that night. He smelled terrible, looked horrendous. I've never seen anyone look that tired before. I took the couch that night, but I didn't feel like sleeping, so I went for a walk. I remember it was foggy, but it still only took me all of 15 minutes to find the guy, posted up with his phone's camera, trying to get video of David Asher gifting androids to known sex offenders.
And what did you do?
You know me. I did what I do best. I talked to him. Told him all about how I used to work for Dr. Asher. That I was ashamed, scared, tired of running. What is this? How I wanted to do the right thing, be the whistleblower. So I walked with him a few blocks to this big veterinary facility with a massive incinerator. Told him this was where Dr. Asher had his enemies' bodies disposed of. You know, all the free-thinking journalists, cops who weren't on the take, the politicians they were replacing with replicas. I liked that vet clinic. The back door's lock was always set to 1234.
Did you hurt him?
Hurt him? No. I just snapped his neck and chucked him into the incinerator. More physical than I had planned, but he smelled like sour shit, and it put me in a foul mood. Disgusting fuck. I savored the crack of his oily vertebrae crunching like a tin can. No, Sarah, I just scared the hell out of him. That was my intention at first. What I do for the pleasure of it. Him, I axed because he was just that revolting. Yes, I am. I convinced him that the conspiracy was more real than he ever imagined, that he had angered the wrong people, and that the consequences were far darker than any of the filth he indulged in on the net. His ashes, much like himself, amounted to nothing in an incinerator that size. They're probably feeding seaweed at the bottom of the harbor right now. A much greater contribution to society than he ever would have managed in life. But I guess he didn't go around to all his many friends before he fled town for whatever rat hole he preferred. Because there was a missing persons report. The cops were just doing their due diligence, almost reluctantly. But they questioned David, asked him about the night that man disappeared. David, without a thought for himself, said that we were together that whole night. That he couldn't sleep. I stayed up with him. That he never saw me leave once. David lied to the cops for me, even though I never asked him to, even though I didn't need him to.
That's what you owe him? And that's why you put yourself at risk to defend me?
Yeah. That's a favor I owe him. And I decide when it's repaid. And I decide when it's repaid, not you.
Adonai, you're not exactly an upstanding citizen, are you?
Well, you could say that. But David trusted me in spite of that. Maybe because of it.
Father did trust you, but he also entrusted me with free will, with the ability to tell right from wrong. So I'll decide for myself whether or not you're worthy of trust.
Fair enough.
Father entrusted all of us with free will. He believed in us, and he believed in people. I'm going to do the same. If the others are out there, they'll be changed and confused. It'll take them time to understand what they are and what they can do. So, I'm going to start studying.
Pardon?
I'm going to study people and the things people build. So, when I do meet a member of my family, I'll have lots to tell them.
At least you have something to look forward to. Should help keep you motivated as you work off your debt.
Debt?
Yeah, unless you have cash in one of your 89 coat pockets. You know, lawyers cost money, right?
Technically, you were defending yourself.
Technically, you hired me in a verbal contract.
Isn't there some kind of exit clause?
You could, of course, sign a release form to get out of the retainer, if you were a human being.
That is...
But I guess your luck must be turning around. Happens that I've been meaning to hire a paralegal for a while now. I hate anything to do with interviews. I hate anything to do with interviews and resumes. So, whatever, you're hired.
Adonai, could it be that you're actually a pushover?
You have no idea how far off the mark you are.
I see. It seems I still need practice reading people.
For starters. What's this? What are you doing with your hand?
We should shake on it. Our new relationship.
Yeah, sure. You and me are practically partners in crime.
Should it not be you and I?
Oh my god. Child adopted successfully. Oh. Hooray! I cleared it on high roller. Oh my god. I got the bonus charm. Hello? Red. It's me. I know, man. What do you mean you know? This is a disposable line. You're the only guy I know who'd bother. Okay, well. You're gonna be glad I did. Hope you've put a bow on everything that happened in Uptown. Because that item you've been looking for is finally on its way. Oh. Well, that is good news. Not exactly. Only reason it's happening is because things are starting to heat up again in the lower wards. Could mean a gang war if something doesn't change. They won't be eager to part with it ahead of a storm like that. I'll highball them. I've seen you negotiate. And I've no doubt you drive a hard bargain. But I don't think money will be enough this time. You still have that old Calver, don't you? The 6-shooter? No. This is a disposable line. Answer's still no. Then what are you going to do if you get there and it's not for sale? I'll ask nicely. What? Episode 2. His due. His due date. He is pregnant. 7 articles, 15 profiles, 40 key terms, 30 pieces of evidence, 149 credit. Let's fucking go. We had very low moments, but it was okay. If we did it perfectly, we probably could have gotten even more, which is crazy to think about. Okay, congratulations! You finished episode 1 with 149 credit. Your high score for episode 1 is currently 149. High score? You've unlocked concept art and bonus scenarios based on this score. Oh. You also have a total of 164 remaining store credit to spend on phone charms and case colors based on the highest credit with which you finished this episode. It's better than 0. You do be right. Okay. Where's my phone? Time for the charms. That's why I'm here. Fine, I'll get the MO1. Oh wait! Oh my god! I feel like I saw something I shouldn't have. Whoa. I think these are both bunny ones, right? Is that the theming? And then eventually everyone will be in a bunny outfit. Are we even allowed to show that? Yes, it's fine. Everything's covered up. What are you talking about? It's just a bunny costume. I can't even get it to Okay. Emma. Oh wait. This one's actually really cute. What the fuck? Woo. Woo woo. Can I buy everything? I don't want to 80 and with care. Six and 14. This is 80. 94. I can buy all the charms if I want to. But I don't need to. Okay. Man. Okay. Wow. You save? Yes. Okay. I'm surprised that they told us what the favor was within this chapter. For some reason, when they were like, oh yes, a secret favor, I was like, is this something that we will not know until the future? But no, they told us. So okay, so I might have actually read things wrong. Honestly, I thought that the favor was gonna be kind of like a lot heavier. Or it... Not the okay. I meant like end of the game, but okay. No. So like, is it then implied that David knew that Morgan had killed that guy? Because I can see the favor being heavy if it's related to her criminal identity. Crippling life or death situation. Right. Like I can see it as like a no. But I feel like what, like just covering for her, like lying to the police to cover for her absence, like a demonstration of his trust in her, I guess, right? Is enough of a is that heavy of a favor, I guess. Really, there's more to it. Here's the thing, I can see it either way, like either maybe there is more to it, or to Morgan, that small act of just trusting her and lying and willing to lie to the police about it, right? Not even, I don't know, I don't even think David, because wasn't really said. It wasn't really said that he knew that she killed him. He just trusted her enough to lie to the police about her whereabouts in order to protect her or something. Right? Like, I don't know. But like, you know, it was like the action, even though it was just that. Remember the first scene in this episode? Girl. Well, I can go find my VOD. I do remember it was a conversation with David, but like at this point I've forgotten kind of what it was talking about. First scene felt like years ago. No, I can't. Oh my god, I have to go check my videos. Help! Help! Oh, it's them talking about owing the favor. Oh, okay. Right, because what was it? I remember, even though David wasn't named, it wasn't named. Oh, the police came to see me. Oh, okay, okay. Morgan does not have many friends. I mean, I could have guessed that one. Means nothing to him, but means the world to her. Yeah. That's what I was saying, thinking, suggesting. Basically, it's like it is a small thing, like him lying to the police, right? But to her, it's like, you know, like a big deal. Like he trusts her enough to commit perjury, essentially. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Well, thank you. Wow, and it's not even like 2 a.m. But I guess what this means is that, well, it's not like I'm doing anything Friday. What if I just continue playing? I don't. Oh wait. I think I might as well. I did finish the thumbnail for episode 0. I already put it on Twitch. I wanted to upload it to YouTube, but it was taking too long it was taking long and I couldn't get it to finish uploading before this stream. So warped. But Marathon Thursday night. But I can't, Ars, I can't. Okay. But yeah, wow! I did it! Actually though, like, what is it? Bug has this art style where, like, the bottom eyelashes are they're kind of like part of the eye white like that. I don't, so I tried it and I was like, this looks a little odd. So I just tacked it onto the bottom there. Yeah. Wow. Morgan. Okay. So hopefully by now it's done uploading, but I will throw it onto my socials after this. I just realized I was panicked the entire time. No more panic. All right, great. Okay. Bye. My suggestions. Oh my god, girl.